number designation is 18. You see in that ghost-like number on the lower right-hand corner of your screen. Jack Fischer's helmet camera will be designated as 20 throughout the course of today's spacewalk. The International Space Station flying 252 miles above the Earth, moving from northwest to southeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator, passing over the island of Bermuda.
Peggy's way.
Okay, that sounds great.
ESP2, Peggy.
Peggy, we see you.
TFR boot plate there.
Yeah. And rotate this way.
Nice. Nice job.
Nice work, Peggy. We see you coming over the boot plate back onto face 1, and you are going to lead translation out to S3, base 17.
Okay. I have to touch the brake handle, sorry. Okay.
I'll get it on my way.
All right.
I got to come back anyhow.
And Two Fish, you're good to follow and continuing monitoring Peggy as you've been doing. Great work.
Got it.
Okay.
Look marvelous.
Okay.
The arm's coming up. Probably have to.
Okay.
I think you're set up that you can go right by it. Just make sure that you keep the tack on your left side down.
All right.
Oh my gosh, this is beautiful, isn't it? The biggest slice of awesome pie I've ever seen.
No awesome sauce?
About a fondue pot.
Oh,
a ginormous fondue pot bubbling over with piping hot awesome sauce.
Okay, sounds great.
All right.
We had a bet going as to when the first awesome would show itself.
Okay. Over these right things.
This is Mission Control Houston. It was only a matter of time before Jack Fischer would articulate awesome sauce to describe the view from 252 miles above the Earth. But he did, as he and Peggy Whitson are beginning to move toward the starboard 3 truss of the International Space Station to set up shop for the replacement of this express carrier avionics box. Fischer will be installing an articulating portable foot restraint at the end of the Canadarm2 that you see prominently in the field of view in this image. He will plant his booted feet in the APFR and will be driven around the work site to assist Whitson in the replacement of this avionics box by robotic arm operator Thomas Pesquet, who will be working from the robotic workstation in the Destiny Laboratory of the International Space Station.
Crossing your tether just for a moment.
I'm going to put a local down here.
So Peggy, big picture, of course, we're going to use those adjustable equipment tethers on the bottom of the bag to temp stow it. And the port zenith corner, or the top right corner, is going to go to that handrail 3002, the zenith stanchion.
Okay. I'm at that handrail right now with my menu workstation in the sector. And swing.
Hey, Joe, I'm just going to keep this bag below the DDC so it's out of our way. It's cool with you.
Okay, that sounds great.
Now marker 5760.
Copy,
A panoramic view of the work site for Whitson and Fischer as they set up shop at the starboard 3 truss of the International Space Station.
Next for you, big picture, we're going to start setting up the SSRMS. So once that bag is secured, you can translate back to the starboard seat of cart to retrieve the APFR from WIF 4.
Copy that.
Yeah, I believe it's Zenith Stanchion, is that correct? On
Yes, ma'am.
3002.
That is affirmative, the Zenith stanchion.
Okay, that's on and latch. Do I need to loosen it all the way? Make it work with the others?
Yes, all adjustables should be loosened all the way.
Okay, there we go. All right. Now, let me see if I can rotate the end view. We need to come in and unlock my BRT.
Got it.
Yeah. There it comes.
Did you get it?
Yeah, I got it.
This is the helmet camera view from Jack Fischer as he gets into place at his work site on the S3 truss of the International Space Station. He'll be starting work to set up that articulating portable foot restraint at the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm a moment or two from now. That will be his workstation as he rides around the work site like a telephone repairman at the end of a cherry picker, working in concert with Peggy Whitson to swap out the express carrier avionics box on what is called ELC-4, the Express Logistics Carrier, the spare parts platform at that area of the truss of the International Space Station.
Copy. You want me to cinch it down or just wait there, Peggy? I'll just wait so you have to slack. How about that?
Yeah, wait, I can get it soon. Thanks.
You want this back corner as well, since I'm here?
That would be fine. It's the starboard nadir corner. That's going to go around handrail mile marker 5640.
All right, you can go ahead and head out, and I'll cinch him down if you want.
Okey-doke. Okay. That's not far enough. This one's... Get it around the... It's going to be close enough. I'll give you stability.
Okay. All right.
Back.
All right. I think I'm going to cinch the nadir ones first.
30 minutes into today's spacewalk, just to recap, the crew began its spacewalk officially at 8:08 a.m. Central Time, about an hour behind schedule. Just before 4 a.m. Central Time, a small leak developed at the connection between one of the two service and cooling umbilicals that provide power, oxygen, cooling, and communications for the spacewalkers while they're in their pre-spacewalk preparations in the equipment lock section of the Quest airlock. At the time, that umbilical was hooked up to Jack Fischer's suit, and although the Fischer suit was in perfect shape, no problems there, and the crew was fine as well, that leak had to be attended to. At that point, Whitson and Fischer had to swap the use of the other service and cooling umbilical, swapping back and forth to provide cooling and electrical power for their suits. But in doing so, both crew members burned up a certain amount of battery power in the process until they were able to move inside the crew lock section of Quest and depressurize the crew lock almost down to vacuum. But now that they're outside, the crew, of course, earlier was directed to an abbreviated spacewalk of just about 4 hours in duration, in which they'll tackle only one task, the top objective of this spacewalk, which is the replacement of the Express Carrier Avionics Box, or EXPECA, as it is referred to, on the S3 truss of the International Space Station.
Is that right, Joe?
That is affirmative. Those will be your settings for the SSRMS.
Papa set.
Copy. Papa, Papa.
Fox is set.
Copy, Fox.
I'm going to move this one a little further starboard just so it'll hold the bag down a little better. This is the nadir starboard.
Do that.
Copy, Peggy.
Okay. All right. I think our bag is secure now.
Okay, copy. And just to make sure we're on the same page, we have 3 adjustable tethers down. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, that sounds great. So that bag is secure, and next you can drop your green hook on S3 handrail 3011.
Okay. Oh, cool. 311.
And then Two Fishes, you're working on the APFR. I think you may have bumped your WVS button, so if you could cycle that for us.
Got it, buddy. Show good green button. Good green light, sir. Okay.
And we have your WVS back. Thanks.
Green's down.
Copy, Peggy. Next, we'll have you retrieve the square scoop from the spare EXPECA H1, and that's the most nadir, the fuse end. And you can stow that on your MWS.
All right.
All right, Joe, we got a ret on the APFR.
Copy. Nice work, and see you moving that to your BRT.
On the scoop.
Copy, Peggy. Once that scoop is... Okay, copy. 2 paddles out, Two Fish. You can head back to the... translate to the end of S1, back to the arm, and as you're on your way, please depress the seat cart brake release pedal 2 times.
Got it.
Peggy, once you have that square scoop stowed on your MWS, you're going to retrieve the MUT ball stack MUT with its integrated ret and stow that behind your MWS T-bar.
All right. Rounded apple with this thing. the ball set onto me from the bag.
2 presses on the paddle, Jill.
Copy, Peg, and copy 2 Fish. Thank you.
One right-handed.
And 2 Fish, just big picture for you. We're still getting the arm up, so we may need you to just pause here for a moment.
Okie doke.
Right behind you, I'm heading nadir.
Roger.
Copy. Nice work, both of you. Peggy, as you're heading nadir, just a couple of warnings and cautions to watch out for the grapple fixture targets, target pins, and shafts. And then on ELC4, we want to avoid vigorous body motions. And as you might recall in the pool, we're going to stay away from the radiator side and just watch your feet against that CP3 camera group.
Okay.
And then on the XPEC itself, watch the painted surfaces, and we're not going to translate on any square scoops.
Understand.
Hey, Jill, while we're waiting, do you think I could start those first couple of steps and drop my green hook at mile marker 5820? We don't have that bag up there. I don't really go up there.
And stand by just for a minute, 2 Fish.
Okay. How's that ball sack treating you?
Not my best friend right now, but maybe in a little bit he'll be holding the build XPEC.
And Peggy, I see you at the XPECA. You can install a square scoop from your MWS on the failed XPECA's H3, and that's going to be pointing port. And 2 Fish, you were calling about dropping your green hook. If you don't mind, we'll just do that safety to other swap all as one group once we get your APFR installed.
Okay, good.
And Peggy, we got plenty of time. We're waiting to get the arm spun up, so just to take your time.
Okay. On, it's pointing toward the tether from the square scoop.
And Peggy, I missed your last, just confirming you've installed that square scoop and it's in lock.
That's correct.
Okay, copy. Next, we're going to work on the ball stack mutt. That we'll be installing that on the ELC 4 handrail 8803.
I have it inside.
So we're going to move the free end of the ret on that mutt ball stack. We're going to connect that to handrail 8803 to start out.
Right. Okay. Free end
Next.
is on 8803.
Looks great. Next, we're going to lock. We're going to connect the mutt end effector onto that 8803. We're going to have the jaws clamping aft on the narrow side of the handrail.
Yeah. We'll go down over there. I may have to go back and pull it to get the reach I need. Stand by.
And we want the end effector that's furthest from the ball stack rigidizing collar, the one that has that free end of the ret.
Yeah. Get to it. I got to go back and release my local. I was too far away where I put it.
You bet.
Hey, Joe, if it'll be a while, I could Kimbrough this APFR and take the bag down and help Peggy.
You bet. We're talking that right now, Two Fish, so stand by just for a minute.
Okay.
Got a local a little closer now. All right.
Two Fisher, Tether on 1, we're ready for the APFR install. If you are, the brakes are on the SRMS.
Hey, buddy. Alrighty.
Let's do it.
It looks beautiful, by the way.
I wish I could take the credit for that, but it's not me.
Oh, I thought this was yours.
Okay, Peggy, we see that you've got the jaws clamped. We saw you lock it. So see you pointing the ball stack forward and then bending at zenith. We want it slightly starboard so that it clears the XPECA work envelope. And then you can open the jaws of that end effector so that it's ready to receive the square scoop handle. And then finally, Peggy, we'll have you move the real end of the ret from the mutt end effector to the XPECA tether point.
Copy. That looks about right.
This is Mission Control Houston, 46 minutes into today's spacewalk that began at 8:08 a.m. Central Time. This view from the helmet camera of Peggy Whitson in the 9th spacewalk of her career as she attaches an attachment fixture to the handrail of the S3 truss of the International Space Station, upon which the current express carrier avionics box housed on the S3 truss, once removed, will be temporarily stowed in favor of a replacement component that was flown up on the orbital ATK Cygnus resupply craft last month.
I'll go back just a second and unlock this red up. Back.
Perfect. That's great, Peggy. Thanks.
Now the helmet camera of Jack Fischer, 46 or so minutes into the first spacewalk of his career. This again will be an abbreviated 4-hour spacewalk with only one task on the docket, that being the replacement of this express carrier avionics box that is housed on one of 4 spare parts depot platforms along the truss of the International Space Station that houses orbital replacement units, critical spares, and this avionics box used to route telemetry to experiments inside the International Space Station.
The crew lock bag from mile marker 5760.
Okay, copy.
And two fish, 20 seconds to hand over. I'll catch you on the other side for the safety tether swap.
Sounds good, buddy. I'm on my way.
Flight Director Greg Whitney here in Mission Control, eyeing the clock very carefully because of the reduced battery power capability for both Peggy Whitson and Jack Fischer due to the earlier loss of one of the 2 service and cooling umbilicals in the airlock during spacewalk preparations. Just polled his team. We've taken a look at where we're at on the timeline. Peggy Whitson slightly ahead of the timeline in terms of phased elapsed time since the start of the spacewalk some 49 minutes ago. And we are pressing ahead with the replacement of that avionics box on the S3 truss. Jack Fischer currently working on installing a portable foot restraint at the end of the Canadarm2 robotic arm that will be driven by Thomas Pesquet of the European Space Agency from a workstation, a robotic workstation in the Destiny Laboratory of the Orbital Outpost.
Copy that. And mess back to Peggy. Go back.
Got it, thanks.
Okay, buddy. I'm ready. Let's do it.
You got it. Lock your green tether reel.
Copy. Locking my green.
Check your green hook locks.
Green hook is locked.
Move your yellow hook to the SSRMS hand rail tether point with standard checks.
That is letter closed. Black on black is left.
Copy. You can drop your green hook onto S1 handrail 3208.
And if I use 3207? The bag's not there? It is.
While Jack Fischer is setting up shop to anchor himself to the space station's robotic arm, which is poised at the S3 truss work site, where he and Peggy Whitson soon will begin work to replace the express carrier avionics box. For folks following us on social media this morning, a number of questions have come in on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. We have a moment to answer a couple of those. Jennifer on Facebook asks, why do you have to go through the process of pressurizing and depressurizing before and after the spacewalks, referring to the airlock, the Quest airlock? The answer is, out in space, there is a vacuum, even though the crew is enclosed in self-contained spacesuits, which act as miniature spacecraft unto themselves. But you have to depressurize down to vacuum to match the fact that it's vacuum outside before you can pop the hatch open, and then repressurize the airlock so you're in a normal 14.7 psi cabin atmosphere before you can remove your spacesuit. Catherine on Facebook asks, the gloves you wear on spacewalks look awfully clumsy, as you can see in some of the shots you've been seeing from helmet camera views from the spacewalkers. Is it difficult to grasp things with them? Spacewalkers themselves describe it as trying to do intricate work with tiny tools and screws and power grip tools. It's almost like wearing a pair of boxing gloves, but they're well trained for several years in these tasks and exercise continuously to maintain very, very astute muscle capability in their hands so that they can tackle these minute tasks involving small equipment.
Ingress back off position.
All right, two Fisher, brakes are coming off.
From the robotic workstation of the Destiny Laboratory, Thomas Pesquet of the European Space Agency is about to maneuver the Canadarm2 robotic arm to what is called an ingress position, essentially moving it ever so slightly back away from the S3 truss to give the proper clearance for Jack Fischer to install an articulating portable foot restraint and then to place his feet in that foot restraint to be driven to various areas of the worksite to assist Peggy Whitson in the replacement of this avionics box.
And two fish.
Motion.
Copy, good motion.
Two fish will take a glove and hat check when you have time.
Gloves are pristine. Check is ready.
And Peggy, see you installing that scoop. That's the appropriate direction, 45 degrees from zenith towards the port. Outstanding.
Fish 50 centimeters to go.
Sounds good, buddy.
Peggy, your next step is going to be to retrieve the ratchet wrench from crew lock bag number 1. And of course, we'll leave that ratchet tethered to the crew lock bag, and you can then translate to the failed XPECA H1 nadir.
To Fish, this is your truss backoff position. We're getting ready for the 4-hour cast to the LC for backoff position, and it's going to be in course. Be ready.
Do it.
And for both of you, just a heads up that we're about to go into a night pass.
Copy. You want me to set up this PGT?
Absolutely. Good call, 2 Fish. I've got settings for you when you're ready.
Counterclockwise 2.
You got it. Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2.
Sweetness, thanks.
Fish, you ready for motion?
Ready, buddy.
All right, in motion.
And Peggy, once you've got that ratchet wrench,
a good view of the
handrail 8809.
Canadarm2 robotic arm in motion as Jack Fischer is being maneuvered to join Peggy Whitson at ELC-4, that's Express Logistics Carrier Platform number 4, that you see attached to the S3 truss of the International Space Station on the starboard or right-hand side of the outpost. Whitson is in the process of breaking torque on some bolts on the Express Carrier avionics box that is to be replaced with a spare that was flown up on the orbital ATK Cygnus resupply craft that launched atop a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket from the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station last month.
I wonder if you could do vertically on that Fram handrail. I don't know.
And Peggy, see that you've got your BRT. You think you've got a good body position to break torque?
Yeah, let's see if I can get it in here.
This is the helmet camera view from Peggy Whitson's helmet.
All right, Peggy, so we're going to make sure
the International Space Station and the two spacewalkers are flying 250 miles over the southern Indian Ocean, about to begin a southwest to northeasterly path at 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator that will carry the station and the spacewalkers, as well as the rest of the Expedition 51 crew, just off the northwest coast of Australia a few minutes from now.
Yes, we should have.
Did you not put a on that?
Not on the film.
And tomorrow I'm ready whenever you are to head in.
Okay, I copy. I'll move to the I'll move you to the H2 position, 2 Fish.
Thanks, buddy.
I try with my sister myself in because I want to make sure I'm getting it.
Fish ready for motion?
Ready.
All right, ramping in.
Motion.
Copy, good motion. 1 meter 50 to go.
Hey, you guys are doing a great job. It's awesome watching you at work.
Fish 40 centimeters to go.
Okay.
All right, that's your H2 position, 2 Fish.
That'll work, buddy. How's it going, Peg?
So if it's really ratcheting.
We're pretty close. I could push down.
Nice work.
You're moving it.
2 Fish, we're in standby. You'll go for failed. Expect a removal from my side.
I don't think the ratchet is set. Okay, thanks, buddy.
Clockwise.
Going both ways.
And now that you've, if you feel like you've broken torque, you are go to use the PGT at this point.
Okay, why don't we use PGT that way we make sure we get enough turns.
Okay. And same settings for this one, Phil?
H1, since we were originally going to take this all the way off with the ratchet.
1 counterclockwise 2.
Those are good settings, Two Fish.
Feels like it's in there. Ready, Peg?
Ready.
The back end.
I do.
I can feel it popping off
Yep,
the end.
yep, it's at the end then. That was that.
Looks like H1's released.
Outstanding. Nice work.
You can feel that.
There are 2 bolts that hold these express carrier avionics boxes in place. So the crew, Whitson and Fischer, in the process of working in tandem to break torque on the bolts on the avionics box that will be removed from the S3 truss location a short time from now and temporarily stowed. Once the replacement unit is secured and bolted into place, the crew essentially will have completed the one and only task that they have on the docket for today because of the abbreviated nature of today's spacewalk.
So why don't we try that now, and then you can write down the numbers. Sorry.
Call. Good.
And Peggy and Two Fish back with you after a brief handover.
Alrighty, we got H1. We felt it bumping off the ridge, so it's fully released. And we're just moving down to get a good position for the install. It doesn't matter for the removal, but I'm going port 25 centimeters.
Okay, copy. And so next steps will, once you've got a good body position, we will break torque on H2 with the ratchet wrench. And Two Fish, if you're in good position to do that, you're welcome to do that.
Thanks, Joe. I totally forgot about that.
Okay, stand by, Two Fish. I'll go back. I was in manual mode for your GCA, so I'll go to standby if you don't mind.
Sounds great.
Kjell Lindgren, the veteran astronaut and veteran spacewalker of 2 excursions outside the International Space Station in 2015, acting as the spacewalk communicator for Whitson and Fischer during their spacewalk today. We are 1 hour 4 minutes into this 200th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance. Whitson and Fischer, because of the loss of one of 2 service and cooling umbilicals for the airlock earlier today during spacewalk preparations, both of the crew members were forced to burn some battery power capability while they shared the one remaining SCU, as it is called, to maintain power, oxygen, cooling, and communications capability. So the team here consulted with the space station program officials and determined that we could press ahead with the spacewalk, no safety for the crew members at risk whatsoever. However, we determined that we would conduct an abbreviated spacewalk of just about 4 hours in duration to complete the primary task, that being the replacement of this avionics box that routes telemetry to payloads inside the International Space Station. All of the other tasks that had been planned for today were of a lesser importance in terms of priority. They will be rescheduled on a future spacewalk.
Is that going to be close enough so that you'll have the arm go to be able to install?
Yeah. This is great.
Okay. All right, good. Good.
Okay. Peggy, we want you at the
position tomorrow. Sorry, Joe.
Oh, no worries. Peggy, I see that you're at the H1 position. That's perfect, so that we can watch leveling as Two Fish releases H2.
I'm in Bravo 1, counterclockwise 2.
And I can see you're at the line.
Ready?
Ready.
Okay, so stand by, just checking.
Moving. Good motion.
Okay. Copy, releasing.
In this helmet camera view from Jack Fischer's helmet camera, you can see a cuff checklist. That's basically the procedures timeline that's condensed into a checklist that the crew members wear on their cuffs, that they can turn the pages on and go to emergency procedures and contingency procedures, as well as something called a crib sheet in case they run into difficulty with the bolting or unbolting of a particular bolt or two on an instrument that they're trying to replace, like they are today. On Instagram, Rico asks, how heavy is an extravehicular mobility unit or spacesuit on Earth? The answer, 250 pounds.
Go to continue.
Copy. We have a 1.8 running torque.
Okay. We're out of the cone on this
That's
end.
low. Continue.
Okay. Just making sure we're up. And I can feel it bumping off the edge.
Okay, great. Great.
Outstanding work.
That was, we got a, I'm sorry, Joe, I keep stepping on you.
No worries.
I did 14 turns, but we had that one low torque warning where I reset the collar with another 3, so it's 17 total.
Okay, copy. 17 turns. Thanks. You can unlock the reel on the failed X-Pecaret. And then, Two Fish, you're going to remove that failed X-Peca from the install location and pitch it out 90 degrees to the stow orientation. And then we'll have you and Peggy work together to stow that onto the ball stack mutt.
Yes, sir. Let me get that closer to you. Sorry, Peg. Stable.
A little more.
Let me rotate it for you a little.
Okay. Come on. Paddles. One is out. Let me get down.
And of course, once you've got that failed X-Peca and the mutt end effector, we want you to lock the mutt end effector and check that the whole system is clear of the install location.
All right, loosening it.
Okay.
Very good.
No, I think now both paddles are in. Stand by. Let me unlock it.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
not in.
Okay, now rotate your end out further starboard if you can. There we go. There.
There we go. Lock that sucker.
Okay. Locked. Okay. Locked. Tightened. All right. Looks good. Okay. Now,
Outstanding work. That looks great.
Push it out a little starboard. I think we're going to need to push it out just a little starboard so it won't interfere when we bring the new guy down.
That's good right there.
Okay. All right.
Copy. Nice work.
I'm going to just have this back in here. We can,
all right, for both of you, we'll have you inspect the H1 and H2 stanchions and the blind mate connectors, looking for FOD.
H2 is clean. Oh, excuse me, H1 later is clean. No FOD.
Copy.
Nice.
Well, can you see in my WVS? Hopefully I'm pointing in the right place.
Yeah, we can see those blind mate connectors, and then I think if you can just pan over to the H2 stanchion as well, that'd be great. There it is.
If he's out of position here.
I look okay?
I think you're going to have a better assessment. They look okay to you?
Yeah, I don't see any shavings or anything that would indicate a problem with the bolt.
I can check it when I go by.
All right. Outstanding work. Two Fish, you can give Thomas a go to maneuver to the ELC-4 back-off position.
You have a go. Let's go back off position.
Okay, going back off position. Be ready for motion.
Peggy, once two fish is clear, you are go to translate to the XPECA bag on S3.
Righty.
Two fish motion starting.
Oh, sorry, buddy. I'm just above you. I'm bending at the knees. Still having room. Copy that, Jamal. I'm ready. Right behind you.
Hey, you guys are doing a terrific job.
Okay, it's all clear. It's clean, and the connectors look good.
Copy, Peggy. Thanks for taking another look.
And I'm heading to the bag.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour, 12 minutes into today's spacewalk by Whitson and Fischer. The faulty Express avionics box on the S3 truss of the International Space Station has been removed as the two spacewalkers are moving ahead very, very rapidly with their work, well ahead of the phased elapsed time for these tasks. The crew soon will be moving into the work to install the spare avionics box that was flown up on a Cygnus resupply mission last month.
All right, Peggy, once you get up to the XPECA bag, you can open the lid and attach it using those adjustable equipment tethers to structure.
Okay. Can work.
Jill, you might see in my WVS, there's some like Velcro straps with little buckles on the truss. You might want to make sure those things are out of the way. I think those buckles may cause a problem if they're in the way. What I'm talking about?
You mean for where they were installing?
Yeah, for the new one.
They were up above the nadir or the aft plane of the XPECA. So I'll try and make sure. There were two on port side. I don't know if there were any on the starboard side. We'll have to check that before we install.
Starboard side look like they're attached via Velcro, so they'll stay out of the way. The port side looks like they could be a problem, so we'll just tack them down.
Okay.
I'm ready whenever you are, Tomas.
Two fish, we're moving in course. Be ready.
Let's do it.
Yeah, and copy all. We concur with your plan.
Copy motion, two fish.
Right behind you, Peg.
Okay. I'm gonna go over to the starboard side here and try and put down this tether.
Sounds good. It looks like motion stopped there, Tomas.
Not quite.
You're just ramping out all smooth.
Take care of you.
And two fish, when you're in good position, you can attach a ret from your MWS to the spare XPECA tether point and lock that reel out.
Got it. Well, when you're ready, I'm ready for motion towards the truss.
Okay, ready for motion.
The X-Pack is rotating.
Oh, it sure is. My.
Just let me know when you're ready for motion.
I'm ready, buddy.
Okay, in mark.
And be prepared to stop here while I rotate that back around.
No problem. You can bend at the knees.
Okay, so we're starting motion then.
Yes, sir. Please.
A good view of Jack Fischer at the end of the station's robotic arm being driven toward Peggy Whitson by Thomas Pesquet, who is operating the arm from the Destiny Laboratory of the International Outpost. Whitson has opened up the bag containing the spare avionics box that you see now in Fischer's hands as the two work in tandem to maneuver the spare carrier avionics box towards its installation position on a what is called ELC-4, the Express Logistics Carrier number 4 platform. There are 4 of these spare parts platforms around the truss of the International Space Station.
Ready, Peggy?
Ready.
Coming at you. This is actually a great position for you to check out.
Yes, and I'll turn.
Copy.
I got a red on it. I'm locking it out, and then I have 2 locked scoops.
Perfect.
And good pin, clean channel, the bolting, and let me look on the nadir.
Ma'am? Here, I can move it.
Okay, yeah, looks good. 15 still.
Okay. Ready for the back off position, Tomorrow.
And just
okay,
confirming.
Motion, you got 1 meter 20 to go.
Confirming that the RET has been removed from the Expecka bag.
Yes, sir. And it is on the lid.
On the lid still.
Outstanding.
Okay,
Great work.
Copy that, Tomorrow. All right. Tomorrow, stop motion.
Need help?
Okay, stop to fish.
Yeah, let's go to the ELs or the truss back off position. I already got the box.
Ah, okay, copy, got you. Sorry for the misunderstanding. Going to back off position.
I wasn't clear saying it. Thanks.
And Peggy, if you can cycle your WVS for us, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, am I?
Motion, buddy.
Be good motion, 1 meter to go.
Okay. Got a green light.
To publish to fish.
Looks good. I'm ready to go to the. ESP2 back off position.
Copy, back off position. Stand by 1.
I meant
Peggy,
ELC.
we have good
Sorry.
video. You are go to translate back to the ELC4 Expecka install location, H1 side.
Okay, I'm heading that way now.
And Two Fish, I know that that you know as you are maneuvering into the install position, you've got a lot of pitch authority by leaning back in the APFR.
Okay, yes, sir. Try to keep it way away from the ELC until Peggy's set, and then she's going to GCA me on to the fan if that'll work for you guys.
Sounds great.
Okay, so the Velcro on the starboard side does not look like it should be a problem. Yeah, just have to hold the 2 on the port side down if it's needed. And I'm going to get low enough that I can.
Tomorrow, if you're waiting on me, sorry about that. I'm ready for ELC when you are.
Okay, Two Fish, we're moving. That's going to be in course. Be ready. Hold on to that Expecka.
I'm holding tight.
Okay, I'm local down.
Copy that, Peg, and see you kind of assessing the Velcro there. We'll just have you also verify all tools and tethers are clear for the install.
Okay, I can verify all tools and tethers are clear. And looks like if we come in straight, we shouldn't have any problem with these little straps, but
Yes, ma'am.
you know, if we come in straight aft.
I'll keep it high up, and then
Yeah.
once we get to public position, I'll lean over and we can do it manually.
Okay, great.
Sounds great.
This is Mission Control Houston, flying just to the east of the Philippines, the International Space Station moving from southwest to northeast. Whitson and Fischer are currently taking a moment or two just to figure out the alignment of the new Express Carrier avionics box. You see that being held right now by Jack Fischer at the end of the station's robotic arm. He is planted in a portable foot restraint at the end of the arm, being driven by Thomas Pesquet, who's operating the arm from the robotic workstation in the Destiny Laboratory of the International Space Station. 1 hour, 23 minutes now into the spacewalk that began at 8:08 a.m. Central Time. The crew moving very, very swiftly through the one task that had been identified for this abbreviated spacewalk. Whether or not the flight control team here, under the direction of Flight Director Greg Whitney, elects to reconsider the possibility of adding any additional tasks, will be reevaluated after this XPECA, or the carrier avionics box, is installed and bolted into place on the S3 truss of the International Space Station.
Sounds good, buddy. Ready for motion.
Okay, we got a clean work surface.
1 meter to go.
Copy that.
Centimeters.
Do you think, Jack, you want to go starboard at all?
Seems different than the last one, huh?
I know.
What's your published to Fish?
Is this the... Okay. Now let's see what we got here.
Yeah.
This might be even better because I can kind of see.
Okay, on that side you need to come port, a little bit towards more port. Okay, looks like you're lined up there. Maybe just a tiny bit nader. Yeah, there you go. Good. Okay.
Nicely done. We're expecting a soft dock of less than 10 pounds.
Is that a soft dock?
Like it is? Yeah, it was.
2 fish were in standby. You'll go for the XPECA install.
Thanks, buddy.
Great work.
I'm going to hold this in because it's a flow down.
2 fish, I have PGT settings for you when you're ready.
Is that,
It's clear.
I'm convinced that it's...
The soft dock. Okay.
Yeah, just
Hold it right there and I'll come and look up at it.
kind of feels like maybe it's just bent a little.
I put it local down. Okay.
The view from Jack Fischer's helmet camera, Peggy Whitson just beneath him, as the two work to align the spare Express Carrier avionics box into its installation position on the S3 truss, replacing a faulty unit that was removed a short time ago. Once the alignment is complete, Fischer will use a pistol grip tool to drive a pair of bolts and firmly affix this new avionics box to the International Space Station.
Good to see you, but my position, I could go about 30 centimeters starboard. Sorry, buddy.
Hey, not a problem. 30 centimeters starboard, copy.
Got
I got it. I've got it.
I'm kind of over the top of you. Back up. Oh, we're moving?
Fischer, ready for motion?
Ready.
All right, motion.
Good motion. Hot motion.
That motion, that's 25 centimeters.
Perfect, thanks.
Okay, and Jack, I recommend you drive one turn or two, and then to make sure that it's moving.
And two Fischer in standby, you're ready for expect install.
Thanks,
then I'll change position and get down there H1 and make sure it doesn't bounce like we saw on the uninstall. Okay.
Sounds good. Oh, I'm ready.
Alpha 5, clockwise 2.
Alpha 5, clockwise 2. Copy that.
Mating surface is clear.
Copy.
Okay, you're going to verify the socket is fully seated through the square scoop. And if Peggy is ready, we are ready for you to drive the H2 bolt to a hard stop, expecting 14 to 16 turns.
Okay. Alpha 5, clockwise 2, 14 to 16 turns.
Good words.
I am seated. Okay.
Motion.
Okay. We have low torque warning again like we did the last time. Coming out. Okay. At 8, that was after one turn. Cycle. Ready?
Ready.
You're good to continue.
It's torquing out that one. It got up to 15.5. It still has the low torque fault.
Okay, stand by.
No motion at all down here.
And Peggy, how's your leveling? It looks like the entire box is nicely leveled.
Let me check.
And then two fish, we just asked you to make sure that you're in a good body orientation so that there's no laxity in the system.
Sounds good.
And then also to just confirm that you're well seated.
Yes, sir. Okay. Ready, Peggy?
Ready.
Come on, baby. Not in there.
Stand
I don't know if we're
Stand by.
deep enough.
and
May not be
stand
deep enough.
and actually stand by for handover.
It's not even in, so
Yeah.
it just pops right out.
Okay.
Hey, two fish, we'd like you to hold off for a moment.
Yeah. We're just looking at. We're not going to make any turns.
Okay, copy.
Not.
And, let me just see. When you push down, yeah. Hand me that and push down on both H2 and H3 at the same time. Okay, nope. Stand by. We're not out of H1 now. Okay.
And I think you guys are doing the right thing. We want to make sure that the box is appropriately in soft dock. We think that it may not have been fully seated, and it's going to be H2 only that has that soft dock. So you're going to push it down level, but really kind of applying force at the H2.
Okay. Push down on if you can.
Okay. How are we on that side?
Good. We're in the socket.
Okay, I just felt it sunk down, which I didn't feel last time. I think that might be the soft dust.
Okay, give it a try.
Okay, copy that. Great work. And we'll just verify that your PGT settings are alpha 5, clockwise 2.
Let me call it again. The power switch. Alpha 5, clockwise 2.
Awesome.
Doesn't look like it's in there. Is that to the line there? Look like it.
Got it.
There it is.
It's in.
Okay.
Okay, stand by second here. All right, go ahead, turn.
You try to. Okay. Ready?
Ready. Motion. Motion. Good motion.
Okay.
Okay, it's rocking a little at this end. I'm just going to put a finger on it, keep it from rocking.
Slowing down.
It's going down.
Okay.
Motion.
You get a low torque.
How many turns for that low torque?
After 9.
Copy and continue.
Low torque. Got 2 more turns.
Low torque after 2 turns, you are go to continue.
Fisher, I can put the brakes on the arm if you want a more rigid arm. Is that going to help you?
I think we were just about there.
We're almost got it.
Okay.
We got a good torque, and we got 5 more turns out of it. What she looks like.
It's a little bit higher down here at H1, but it looks mated on H2 end.
You can see, guys, we got it 6.8. That's 16 turns, 6.8. Somebody just turned on the light.
6.8, 16 turns. Outstanding. And there's daylight for you. Peggy, copy your words about H2 looks secure, a little bit off on H1, and we will take a WVS reset when you have a minute.
For me?
Yes, for Peggy.
Okay, I need to make sure.
This is Mission Control Houston. 1 hour, 35 minutes into the spacewalk. The replacement express carrier avionics box has now been bolted into place on the S3 truss. Jack Fischer operating the pistol grip tool. At the bottom of your screen, Peggy Whitson visible, wearing the suit bearing the red stripes through Jack Fischer's helmet camera.
We're following along at Concur. And Peggy, we've got good WVS from you. Thank you.
All right, I'm moving out of the way.
Fisher, ready for motion?
Ready.
Going nadir, station nadir, 45 centimeters.
Two fish, while you're moving, we're going to use this same settings, alpha 5, clockwise 2.
Motion.
Motion stop, that's for 45 centimeters, two fish.
Alpha 5, clockwise 2, got it. Help me with keeping it straight, Peggy. Cool.
We're going to fully seat the socket.
Thanks, buddy.
Expect 4 to 6 turns.
Seated. Copy. Ready?
Ready.
couple of more turns here to drive the second of 2 bolts to a hard stop, but the new Expecca, the replacement avionics box, is now installed on ELC-4, the spare parts platform number 4 on the S3 truss of the International Space Station.
And now comes the rejoicing part, hopefully.
Yeah, when they fired it.
So, with the 4 hours, there's not enough time to check AMS or anything.
And we're talking the forward plan right now. Two Fish will give you words here shortly. You can go ahead and unlock and release your MWS ret from the spare Expecca.
I want to bring that failed one back to the bag, and we'll tidy that up while we're waiting.
And stand by.
We want to check it out first.
Yep, I have words for you here shortly.
Can you push on my...
This is Mission Control Houston. Flight controllers here talking now on the forward plan, since Whitson and Fischer quickly breezed through the installation of the new avionics box.
AMS terminator task and the GEM RMS MLI task. So right now, Peggy, we'll have you go ahead and retrieve the small locking electrical connector tool from crew lock bag number 1 and stow that on your MWS.
Okay. North.
Again,
And
see, the faulty avionics box now will be stowed by Whitson and Fischer, and they now will be given the green light to press ahead with 2 tasks that we thought at the beginning of this abbreviated EVA they would not be able to get to. But because of the rapidity at which they've worked through the installation of the new avionics box, we're going to press ahead for the installation of this terminator cable for the alpha magnetic spectrometer cosmic ray detector on the S3 truss of the International Space Station, and to cinch up some thermal insulation on the at the end of the remote manipulator system, the robotic arm, for the Japanese experiment module that resides outside of the Kimbrough module of the International Space Station.
Okay.
And that's affirmative, Peggy. We'd like you to grab that connector tool and stow that on your MWS.
Okay, inward.
And you said to lock out my ret, Phil?
And two Fish, no, it's not necessary for you to lock out the ret.
Okay, got a ret on.
Okay, perfect. And as soon as both of you are ready, we can release the ELC-4 ret from the failed Expecca and stow that ret on the MUT end effector jaws.
Since I'm over here, I can reach everything. You want me to just take it off and grab the Expecca?
That's affirmative. So so that now that you have a ret from your MWS, you can release the ret from the end effector jaws and release the Expecca from the MUT ball stack MUT.
All right, Jill, I got it, and I got a ret on it.
I see it.
2 scoops that are in lock, and So I'm ready to go to the pickup back off position.
Copy 2, Fish, stand by 1.
Concur. Great work. Peggy, when you're ready, you can translate to the X-Packet bag on S3.
Fish starting motion.
Thanks. Good motion, good motion.
Copy, good motion.
I got the connector tool on my mini workstation. I'm removing my local and then I'll translate.
Outstanding. And so big picture, we're just going to be stowing this failed X-Pekka into the X-Pekka bag and closing it up.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Based on how it came out, that might be, I'll go Vader and you stay a little more zenith and we can try and control both ends.
2 Fish, that's your back off position.
I'm ready for the truss back off position.
In work.
It only took me 3 trips, but I finally figured out a good way to get back and forth.
How'd you do it?
I could turn around and reach one handrail over to that panel where they...
This is Mission Control Houston. Just to recap, the crew has breezed through the primary objective of this abbreviated spacewalk, that being the replacement of a faulty express carrier avionics box for one of the spare parts platforms on the S3 truss of the International Space Station. This avionics box routes telemetry to payloads inside the International Space Station. That work has been completed in very swift fashion. At the beginning of today's spacewalk, which was delayed in getting underway due to a problem with a water leak in a service and cooling umbilical connector to Jack Fischer's spacesuit during spacewalk preparations in the wee hours this morning. The suit itself was just fine. This was a problem with the umbilical in the airlock itself. That required Fischer and Whitson to share the other umbilical available in the airlock for the routing of power, oxygen, cooling, water and communications capability to the suits, and thus burned up a bit of battery power for each of the 2 spacesuits during spacewalk preparations this morning. So the decision had been made to tackle only the top priority, which was the replacement of this avionics box, but because the crew whisked its way through this task in very short order, Flight Director Greg Whitney, in consultation with the spacewalking officers here in Mission Control, have decided to press ahead with 2 additional tasks, one being the installation of basically a data cable called an AMS 1553 terminator to the alpha magnetic spectrometer cosmic ray detector that is housed on the S3 truss of the International Space Station, which, by the way, surpassed 100 billion cosmic rays measurements on May the 8th, just a few days ago, back on Monday. 100 billion cosmic rays up to the energy of multi-billion electron volts have now been detected by this revolutionary science instrument on the International Space Station since its installation in the spring of 2011 on the STS-134 mission, the final flight of the shuttle Endeavour. This terminator cable will basically provide a telemetry path for an electrical bus that was once used for communication between the AMS and the shuttle's payload bay when it was delivered to the International Space Station, and which has been unused since the instrument itself, the AMS, was removed from the payload bay of Endeavour in 2011. The terminator, basically a data connector cable, once installed, will be able to provide engineers with insight into the performance of the cooling system of the alpha magnetic spectrometer, which has incurred a few problems recently and which is now under analysis for either maintenance or replacement work during future spacewalks in the years ahead. The installation of this 1553 terminator, or data cable will significantly reduce the risk to any repair work that is being contemplated by providing a ready-made data path between the AMS and the International Space Station itself. The other task that the crew will be working on, Whitson will tackle the AMS terminator cable installation. Jack Fischer will straighten out and secure some thermal insulation on a connector latching mechanism that connects the boom of the Japanese robotic arm to the latching mechanism itself. It was noted that MLI, or multi-layer insulation, had separated just a bit. So either through the use of Velcro or wire ties, Fischer will secure that multi-layer insulation at the point where the boom of the Japanese robotic arm meets the connector latching mechanism at the end of that robotic arm that is used to move payloads back and forth between the Kimbrough airlock and an experiments platform just outside the Japanese experiment module.
And then I see you both working to close the X-Pecca bag lid using those two adjustable equipment tethers and Velcro.
Velcro's on the port side there.
Port side?
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay. Come here, little guy.
And in the past few moments, the payloads operations folks at the Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama, have reported to Flight Director Greg Whitney that the new Express avionics box that was just installed by Whitson and Fischer is up and running and in excellent shape. So the major objective of this spacewalk, the 200th in support of space station assembly and maintenance, now complete.
So our forward plan, actually, once you guys have this bag cinched up, we'll take a glove and half inspection, and then Fish, we're going to actually have you clean up the arm.
Okay, so the nadir strap is connected. I'm tightening it up. The lid.
Copy. Outstanding.
Okay, that's complete.
We'll take a glove and half check from you as well, Peg.
No change on the gloves or the hat.
And no change for EV2 on gloves or hat.
Copy that. And then, Peggy, we're going to additionally request a gauntlet check for you. You're going to be heading up to AMS.
Good thing. Am I sick? Okay.
I'm jealous. If you don't mind, can I just get out here? Because my 50 tether is like 2 feet from me from this position. And it might be a little easier to get the APFR out from up here.
Okay, that sounds great. Fish, you are go to egress the APFR.
Tomorrow, you want to put the brakes on, buddy?
Gauntlet check is good on Peggy, and I'll head to the Sarge. Correct?
And that sounds great. Peg, you're going to fair lead on S3 handrail 3068. We've got a handover coming in about a minute.
This is Mission Control Houston, working in warp speed practically. The crew has completed the replacement of a faulty avionics box used to route telemetry to payloads on board the International Space Station. The new component just installed by Whitson and Fischer, up and running in good shape as we have reached the 1 hour 51 minute mark into today's spacewalk. Originally was going to be reduced to just 4 hours in duration, now may go up to 5 hours. The crew's battery power on both of their suits looking good. The crew in excellent shape and working in tandem in extremely efficient fashion. Whitson will now tackle the task of installing a terminator cable, as it is called, for the alpha magnetic spectrometer cosmic ray detector on the S3 truss of the International Space Station. This connector cable basically will route data between AMS and the International Space Station in a more efficient fashion than has been the case up to this point, and in doing so will provide engineers new insight into how they may create efficiencies in formulating a maintenance and repair plan for some of the cooling pumps inside the alpha magnetic spectrometer that have been exhibiting some thermal excursions in recent years. Jack Fischer is going to cinch down some thermal insulation at the connecting point between the boom of the Japanese robotic arm at the outside of the Kimbrough module and what is called a connector latching mechanism, or CLM, around the wrist of the Japanese robotic arm that has been partially detached.
We are ready for your tether swap, and have steps when you're ready.
Ready.
Lock your green tether reel.
Tether reel locked.
Retrieve the green hook from handrail 3208.
Have that hook.
Attach the green hook to your red tether reel. Gate closed, hook lock. And Peggy, I have a translation pass for you if you need it.
I think I need to know, just to make sure I'm on the right one, when I turn to go back port.
You bet. You're going to fair lead on handrail 3064 before you translate inboard to the AMS.
So I am locked, green hook on the red tether reel.
Copy, hook locked, correct?
Firm.
Move your yellow hook to the green tether reel, and we'll take standard checks.
Copy. Go ahead, Peggy.
I'm heading port at 3056, four-man fair lead.
Copy that.
And Peggy, once you start translating inboard, you're going to take that path between the WETA antenna and the grapple fixture.
Okay, I'm underneath the grapple fixture and above the WETA. And
Perfect.
I'm almost to the cast, the second cast.
Understood.
I got
You're
the
going to
yellow.
go ahead, Two Fish.
Yellow hook on the green tether reel, slider closed, black and black locked. Ready to unlock green tether reel.
Copy that. You are going to unlock your green tether reel.
Copy. Tether swap complete.
And that sounds like a good config. Next, we're going to start. Okay, Two Fish, you can start breaking down the APFR.
Look at the Earth.
Oh my gosh. Oh, it's the Bahamas. Oh, they're my favorite. Wow, they're so blue.
We're all very jealous right now.
All right, take the APFR, right?
That's right. So you can GCA the arm for APFR removal if you need to. Otherwise, you are go to start removing the APFR. Nadir stanchion, Peggy.
I'm going to local down and put my adjustable lead down.
And we concur. And that adjustable equipment tether hook will go to the nadir handrail stanchion.
Okay. Okay. Got it on the nadir. Got my safety tether running through it.
Okay, that's a great config, Peggy. So you, I know you're familiar with the all of the hazards along the way, going up to the AMS, the fragile components. Feel free to refer to your cuff picture as needed, and I'm happy to coach you also through that translation path up to the IPA.
All right, I think I prefer coaching. All right, I see boxes that the soft stuff they don't want us to touch here, and I think I'm going to lightly touch on either side of the metal part here.
That's affirmative, yeah. So you're not going to touch those MLI tents, but you're free to basically shimmy up on the sides of that first truss, and then you'll be making your way up, and there will be a box immediately below the shield that has a decal on it, and that white structure you'll be free to touch as well.
So I got the paddles out. Block on the VRT. I got a ret to the APFR. I have it secured all on my VRT.
Outstanding. You are go to translate to the starboard seat of cart. You're going to be stowing that APFR in the same width, number 4, clocking 12.
Copy that. Same settings, right?
That is affirmative. 12 Papa Papa Fox 6. Okay, Peggy, see you making your way up, and that you're immediately below that smooth aluminum panel with the decal on it. Up to your left, immediately behind the radiator, there's a good stanchion underneath MLI. So you can touch that stanchion. Of course, remember, only light touch on the radiator.
Okay.
Demai, your arm is clean. Whatever steps you have.
Copy to Fish. Great job. It was fun flying you around.
It was fun being flown by you.
And then, Peggy, you can attach your waist tether that a trunnion scuff plate is needed.
Okay, I got a waist tether down. Whew.
Good job, Peggy.
Okay.
Okay, Peggy, we see you over that IPA. Really nice work. You can attach your end effector to those cables there, connectors there as needed.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
And then once you have your MWS end effector attached, I think we'd just like to have an assessment of the task and whether you think you've got good body position to get that terminator on.
I think I do. I think it's doable. Especially since I can grab onto these cables all I want, right?
That's absolutely correct. And then the next question is, when we're done, we're going to tuck the cable, the P4 cable, underneath those other cables. Do you want to stage a wire tie now, or do you want to just do that at the end?
Let's do... Actually, I'm pretty stable right now. Let's do it now. Let me lock myself in.
Okay, copy.
Peggy Whitson talking with Spacewalk communicator Kjell Lindgren here in Mission Control. She is now at the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer on the S3 or starboard 3 truss of the International Space Station, preparing to demate a power cable and replacing it with a terminator cap that will route a different path of telemetry to the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer from the International Space Station. This will enable engineers to do a detailed telemetry study of whether or not this is a more efficient way to assess the performance of the cooling pump system on the cosmic ray detector for future analysis of how best to perform maintenance on this scientific instrument in the years ahead.
And I'm sorry, I missed that last. Was that for me, Peggy?
I just said I'm ready to the wire tie now. I'm trying to get the wire tie off my BRT. It's not cooperating. Here we go.
Okay, Joe. I got a 12 Papa, Fox, 6 bet, 12 Val, black on black. Good pull test.
Outstanding, Chief Fish. Great work. You can translate down to the airlock now. So big picture, we're going to have you ingress, grab the small ORU bag, egress, close the thermal hatch cover, and then have you head out to the GEM RMS MLI task.
Okie dokie.
Okay. We're going to J4. Wire tie around that guy.
Again, Whitson about to install what is called a terminator cap. It's basically a telemetry line that will reroute telemetry from the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer to the International Space Station, providing engineers with a different path of insight into the performance of the cooling pumps on the cosmic ray detector. If successful, this data path, which has not been used since AMS was removed from the payload bay of the shuttle Endeavour during its installation mission on STS-134 in the spring of 2011, will once again be a viable data path and could create great efficiencies for the engineers who are evaluating maintenance work for the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer in the years ahead.
Okay. Twist on the P4.
Copy that, Peggy. And so when you're ready and feel like you've got good body position, you're go to demate the P4 cable from the IPA J4 and temp stow that P4 cable.
here.
Thermal cover's open. Peg, I'm over at the airlock.
Okay.
Copy.
And Shell, I grabbed the whole bag.
That's affirmative. You're going to grab that whole bag and take it out with you.
Okay, I'm grabbing the whole bag.
I think it might be easier if I just go ahead and use the tool, so I'm going to go ahead and do it.
Okay, copy that, Peggy, and you are go.
Clamping on here.
Okay, the red is on the D-ring. That's good.
Okay, I think it was turning on the back shell. I'm going to have to go a little deeper and actually get it off the actual base.
Okay, copy that, Peg.
All right, now it's moving. Okay, we've got it demated.
Outstanding, Peggy. So you can tuck that away and retrieve the AMS terminator from your small EVA trash bag.
Okay.
You see the crew insignia for STS-134 on the alpha magnetic spectrometer. That was the crew that delivered the AMS and installed it on the S3 truss of the International Space Station back in the spring of 2011, a mission commanded by Mark Kelly.
I got my BRT red on the small ORU bag. Got the large small stud on the airlock D-ring extender. I'll check my handles once I get out.
Good words, Two Fish.
We're 2 hours and 10 minutes into today's spacewalk. The crew worked extremely quickly in replacing the faulty avionics carrier component, the avionics box for the S3 truss of the International Space Station that routes telemetry to payloads inside the complex. So with that out of the way, the decision was made to further press ahead with some of the tasks that we originally thought might be off the table for the day. Peggy Whitson installing a terminator cap for the alpha magnetic spectrometer to create a new data path and provide engineers a new path of watching telemetry for the cooling pumps on this cosmic ray detector instrument. Jack Fischer is going to cinch down some insulation around the wrist where a latching mechanism connects to the boom of the Japanese robotic arm at the end of the Kimbrough module of the International Space Station.
And then just a reminder that the Sharpie arrow should be ISS zenith for the install.
And I can see the big key just lined up with the Sharpie arrow.
Copy. Outstanding.
Find it before I push down on it.
Perfect. And then Two Fish, once you're out of the airlock, we'll take your safer handle checks and then also let us know when you've closed the thermal cover.
copy. Two saber handles down. At the bag. Behind me. Kind of to the side of me so I can watch it. And you want me taking Peggy, well, no, I guess I can't take Peggy's full translation.
This terminator cap that Whitson is installing on the alpha magnetic spectrometer, known as a 1553 terminator, is for a data path that has not been used since the alpha magnetic spectrometer was removed from the payload bay of the shuttle Endeavour during the STS-134 mission that installed it on the S3 truss of the station. Once this connector or terminator cap is connected, it will provide a method for engineers to ensure that the communications path is still viable to try to bypass the current cooling pump system in the alpha magnetic spectrometer and communicate with replacement pumps that would be installed on future maintenance activity. If this data path does not work, then the task of providing maintenance for the alpha magnetic spectrometer would be more complicated.
And then down onto the lab.
Okay. How you doing, Peg?
Working on lining up this terminator. Got it to drop on, but then in order to re-grab for the levers, I'm floating off. See if I can try.
You bet, Peggy. And just a reminder, we got plenty of time for this task, so take your time. Also, you can remove any of those additional connectors near that spot, any of those cables, if that gives you better clearance.
Why don't I do that? Just if it's not, we'll see.
And Two Fish, as you're making your way out to the Zenith lab, you're going to drop your green hook on lab handrail 247, and that's at the base of the starboard lab strut.
Handrail 247, got it.
Phase 7 steam rated. It was dead facing.
The International Space Station flying 250 miles above the Earth, moving from northwest to southeast, having just passed off the east coast of South America, just east of Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Drop your bag there as well.
Okay.
Whitson and Fischer now at the 2-hour 15-minute mark into today's spacewalk. The major accomplishment having been completed, the top objective, the replacement of a express carrier avionics box on the S3 truss of the International Space Station, providing telemetry for payloads inside the complex. The replacement component up and running in good shape, according to the payloads officers at the Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. Whitson in the process of installing a terminator cap on the alpha magnetic spectrometer to try to verify a data path that has not been used since the installation of the AMS on the S3 truss of the International Space Station some 6 years ago, ensuring that data path remains viable to provide insight into the operation of the cooling system of this cosmic ray detector that will create efficiencies in planning any maintenance or repair work to the AMS in the years ahead.
It's Joe, it's temp stowed. I got my green hook down on 247.
Okay, terrific. You're going to retrieve the long configured wire tie from the ORU bag and stow that on your MWS.
Roger that. North.
And two fish, that sorry, Peggy, that configuration looks good, having the electrical connector tool on the knurled part.
Okay, we'll give it a shot here. And get find the right angle. We'll allow it to drop on.
Can appreciate how difficult this this task is. I really appreciate your hard work on it.
Again, you're looking at the crew insignia for STS-134, the final flight of the shuttle Endeavour that delivered the alpha magnetic spectrometer to the International Space Station 6 years ago. Endeavour was the space shuttle from which the very first spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance was conducted, with Jerry Ross and Jim Newman on the STS-88 mission in December 7th, 1998. Today, the 200th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance.
And again, forward up to the GEM, and then out port along the GEM to the GEM RMS.
Okay, down the lab, around the income, past the fluid tray, over to node 2, and then I do remember the translation path once we get to the gym, so that should be the same as what Peggy had, right?
That's affirmative.
Okay. All right, I got my wire tie. Fun. I'm going to put this back in here just because I don't want it flying off. Probably should have got this wire tie out before I took it off my BRT. Oh well. I got it on, so I can keep it on while I tighten it. Not biggie.
And just to confirm, you said you have the AMS terminator on?
But it's not tight. I'm going to try and finish tighten it with the tool.
Outstanding.
Stand by. It's not outstanding yet.
She's kind of good right now.
Yeah, I know.
We're easy to please.
Well, I got 90 degrees.
Copy, 90 degrees.
Further than that.
Yeah, and if you feel like you can get it to 120 where it clicks, that's outstanding, but 90 is pretty good.
Right here. I'll check this as MLI fun.
Peggy, was that an exclamation of joy or frustration?
Frustration. I set on the connector tool hold me back. I'm 45 degrees now. Stand by.
No worries. Take your time.
Back at 90.
Two Fish, how are you doing?
Doing pretty good, buddy. You're enjoying the view.
You're going to position yourself, you're going to see the GEM RMS positioned for you at the work site, and you're going to position your body nadir of the GEM RMS, feet pointing starboard. We have a BRT for you when you're ready.
Okie doke. What's the number?
Oh, I got a clutch! Oh,
Outstanding. We're clapping here in Mission Control. Outstanding work, Peggy. So you can secure those remaining cables with the wire tie that you installed. Great work. Two Fish, you're going to BRT to JPM handrail 1114.
1114. All right, buddy.
And just a reminder not to touch the GEM RMS handrail or the Jeff Trunnion scuff plates because of the paint issue. And then also avoid touching the GEM RMS WVE camera, the JPM aft camera, and the EFUs.
Pretty much good without touching.
Just don't touch anything. Okay. Well, this is what I get for making fun of Peggy having to do this.
For you, Two Fish, don't even look at it wrong.
I told her that I was going to sneak over and take a picture while she was hanging off it like a koala bear. But she didn't think I was funny.
All right, we see you making your way over to the Jeff now, the GEM RMS. Nice work. Peggy, big picture for you when you're done stowing those cables. We'll use your GoPro camera to take footage of the AMS. You've got a cuff checklist diagram, and I'm happy to guide you if you need it.
I think I can remember it, but I'll talk to you about what I'm doing, and you can tell me if I'm missing anything.
You bet.
Is that 1114 for the BRT?
That is affirmative.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours 26 minutes into today's spacewalk. As you heard with some degree of jubilation, Peggy Whitson installed the terminator cap for the what is known as the 1553 data path for the alpha magnetic spectrometer cosmic ray detector on the S3 truss of the International Space Station. This data path has not been used since the AMS was removed from the payload bay of the shuttle Endeavour back in the spring of 2011 when it was installed on the S3 truss. This connector, or terminator cap, if you will allow engineers to re-verify the validity of this data path to see how they may make more efficient any maintenance or repair plans for the cooling system of this instrument in the years ahead. Jack Fischer, meanwhile, is securing himself near the forward portion of the Japanese Kimbrough module to cinch down some wayward insulation at the connector point between the boom of the Japanese robotic arm and what is called a connector latching mechanism that is around the wrist portion of the GEM, or Japanese Experiment Module robotic arm itself.
That striker bar I can touch.
That's affirmative, as long as it's...
you can touch.
That's right. That's affirmative, as long as you don't see any burrs or sharp edges. And then two fish, that MLI cover is actually immediately in front of your helmet, just a little bit above that helmet.
Okay.
There you go. Perfect. Now, recall that the Velcro on that, the squares are really small, and so matching those up will require a little bit of precision. Two fishes, that MLI looked like it actually detaches. I assume it's got like a tether on it, is that right?
It does on the backside, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Now I need to get around it.
So threading this wire tie, oh, go ahead, Peggy.
No, I just telling you it's taking me a while because I'm having trouble swinging my sling arm out. It's not swinging.
And that's for the GoPro, Peggy?
Yes. But go ahead and talk to him. I'll work on it.
Okay, copy that. Two fish, we're going to thread that wire tie. We want to thread it under the cable. There's a cable on your left. We want it to go under that.
Got that.
And then on the right, we want it to go
both.
That's right, the bolt heads and the striker bar.
Okay. How am I going to make that work?
That's why you're making the big bucks.
Doggy.
And best effort to form that wire tie so that it arcs back at you.
Yeah, but it's, it stops forming at the point where they're joined.
Right. Yeah, I know it's kind of floppy there, so that's going to be best effort. And two fish, what's your assessment of that MLI? Is that the Velcro really just doesn't do the trick?
It's pretty worthless, it looks like.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 32 minutes into the EVA, the 200th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance. Jack Fischer continues to work right at the Japanese Kimbrough module, cinching down some insulation that came loose right at the point where the boom of the Japanese robotic arm attaches to what is known as the connector latching mechanism around the wrist of the robotic arm for the Japanese segment of the International Space Station. Meanwhile, Peggy Whitson is cleaning up the worksite she was just at the S3 truss of the International Space Station, where she installed a terminator cap on the alpha magnetic spectrometer. This to try to re-verify the validity of a data path that has not been used between AMS and the International Space Station since the cosmic ray detector was installed back in the spring of 2011. We are still awaiting validity of that data path, known as a 1553 data path, through this terminator cap that, if successful, will create efficiencies for engineers in evaluating future repair plans for the cosmic ray detector.
The debris shield is the part with the AMS 02 on there, I believe, and the interface on either side of that, correct?
And Peggy, that's going to be best effort. We've got plenty of time here, so with the GoPro, you're exactly right. We want the interface between the debris shield, specifically the mounting brackets between the debris shield and the vacuum case. So that panel that has the decal on it that's in front of you, and then that the vacuum shield is the ribbed shield to the right. So we want to kind of get the photos of the gap between those two shields.
Okay. No. All right.
How's it going, Two Fish?
I had it. And it just popped out.
And no worries, Two Fish. No, that's frustrating. You got plenty of time.
What time are we at now?
We are at a PET of 2.5 hours. You guys have been trucking through these tasks. Hey, Peggy and Two Fish, just a big picture. Like I said, we're about 2.5 hours into the EVA. Currently, we're estimating a PET, a total PET of 415 for you, Peggy, and 430 for Two Fish, based on batteries. So we're a little over halfway.
Okay. Got it under the cable, got it between the bolts and the striker.
Copy, Two Fish.
A good view of Jack Fischer in his first spacewalk, securing a portion of thermal insulation at the point at which a connecting latching mechanism on the end of the Japanese robotic arm is affixed to the boom of the arm itself outside the Kimbrough module, the large Japanese laboratory that is the centerpiece of the Japanese section of the International Space Station.
Port of the shield, but I can't get my lights to shine too deep around the. It would be. Well, does it start? It's going to tell the direction. Aft side. See the radiators.
Okay, Peggy, you copy that you got on both sides of the debris shield. Again, this is best effort. If you think you've covered all of those sites of areas of interest, we can move on.
Okay.
And Peggy, you do not need to turn off the GoPro. The GoPro battery is not our limiting consumable.
All right.
Good. Okay.
No.
And what are your thoughts, Two Fish?
All right. So,
Got it routed. I just got to get it around this little guy.
Okay, copy.
all right, my wire tie job is an hourly only holding the JP4 in there. The other one that was on the J7, not really being particularly effectively held in there. Tried just shoving it in there, and it will stay for a little while, but maybe if I leave it alone and go away, it'll stay. But you see what I'm talking about? I don't know if you can see on my WVS.
So we can kind of see it in your WVS. I think ultimately we'd just like to make sure that both of those cables are out of the way of the panel.
Okay. I think we've got that confirmed.
Hey, Shell, can you see my WVS?
And we do not have a good WVS from you right now, Two Fish.
Velcro doesn't. Got a green light. Is there a field of view, or you're just not getting my feed?
We're not getting the video right now, but it may just be reception. Stand by. We're checking.
Hey, Peggy, so talk me through this. It needs to go in between the bolts and the striker bar.
Yes.
And then obviously around the backside, and
Over.
you just put it over this MLI and you're good?
Yeah, over the center of the MLI.
Okay, I think I did it. And then I got to do a short wire tie on the cable as well, right?
Yes.
And that's affirmative.
MLI.
Okay.
So Two Fish, that sounds like a good configuration. We're just looking for.
I don't want to leave.
I think we just are getting bad reception, but we'll take your estimation, and if you think that wire tie is holding the WVS in a good position, or I'm sorry, the MLI in good position, that's what we're looking for.
Well, I mean, it's not beautiful, but that Velcro's not sticking at all.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're hearing good reports of a good telemetry path through this 1553 connector, this terminator cap that was installed by Whitson on the alpha magnetic spectrometer a short time ago. Again, the reintroduction of a capability for this telemetry path that had not been available since the AMS was removed from the payload bay of the shuttle Endeavour 6 years ago for its installation on the S3 truss will provide engineers some insight as to a more efficient way of
Okay, copy that. Can we just
being able to analyze the performance of cooling pumps and the cooling system of the cosmic ray detector as they formulate maintenance plans for the years ahead.
That was non-trivial.
we could see that. That was awesome work.
Okay, I'm going to remove my Richmond fair leak. Sure.
Copy, concur.
Joe, it's a short wire tie on the cable to the left of that, right?
So that's correct. We want to pull the MLI up onto that cable and then use a short wire tie to secure it in place.
Okay. When you have video, let me know, and I'll tidy up that long wire tie, but I want to give you a look and make sure that it's good before I get all
Copy that. You bet. Copy that, Two Fish, and we're working on seeing if we can get a video signal from your WVS.
The camcorder from Note 3 if you want.
Okay, copy that. We'll look for it. Okay, Two Fish, we have your WVS back on downlink. So when once you're complete, we'll take another look at that MLI.
You see this side? Okay. So
yeah, we see that.
this is the siding between the bolt and it's the same. It's behind the bolt on that side, and then under this cable around. Is that what you want?
That looks like a good configuration, Two Fish. Great work. We're going to just check with JAXA. Hey, Peggy, as you're making your way back, before you cross the Sarge, we want to make sure that you have a good gauntlet, that your gauntlets are covered.
Can confirm that. Gauntlets are covered.
Copy, thanks. Peggy, big picture for you. You're going to make your way to the, you're just going to translate to the crew lock bag number 1 on ELC4.
Yeah. I think I've got the tether around my leg, but I think I can figure out how to get it undone. I got it. Good deal.
Okay. Copy. Thanks, Peg. And Thomas, that is a terrific view. Thank you.
Welcome.
And Michelle, I got a wire tie nice and tight around that cable MLI. I think it's pretty solid. And this is, I think, pretty solid.
This outstanding view of Jack Fischer completing the task of resecuring a piece of thermal insulation at the connector point of the boom to a latching end effector on the Japanese robotic arm, courtesy of Thomas Pesquet, who is looking out of a window in the Kimbrough module with a handheld camera.
And Two Fish, before you depart, we'd just like you to take one more look and make sure that all of your wire tires are low profile.
Okay, so this one definitely is. Did my best to make this one a real low profile. What do you think of it?
Okay, we think that...
Again, this view of Jack Fischer through a handheld camera looking out of the one of the windows on the Kimbrough module, the Japanese laboratory module on the International Space Station, showing the handiwork of Jack Fischer as he finished securing a piece of insulation right at the point at which the boom of the Japanese robotic arm meets a latching mechanism.
Okay, Joe. I'm leaving the arm.
Okay, that sounds great, Two Fish. If you could just do a quick glove and a glove check for us, and then if you just look over your MLI and make sure that you weren't able to pick up any paint on your gloves or MLI.
Don't see any paint, and no change on the gloves or hat.
Okay, copy, Two Fish. Great work. You can make your way to the small ORU bag that has the forward shields in it.
Copy that.
And Two Fish, we've got configuration, or we've got.
You're good with the view?
Yeah, we're all set with the view, Thomas. Thank you. That was terrific. And Two Fish, we got confirmation from JAXA that they're happy with MLI. So thank you for the great work.
Great.
Okay, big picture. Peggy, we're going to have you working ELC4, the worksite cleanup, so packing up the ex-PECA bag and crew lock bag. Two Fish, we're going to have you start working on the PMA forward shield.
You got it, buddy.
This is Mission Control Houston at the 2-hour 49-minute mark into today's spacewalk. If you recall, at the beginning of this spacewalk, it was called an abbreviated EVA due to the fact that we got off to a late start and both suits were expending battery power because of the loss of one of the service and cooling umbilicals in the airlock during the pre-spacewalk preparations for Whitson and Fischer. Due to a water leak, had nothing to do with any of the suits, which are functioning perfectly to this point. But the loss of one of those service and cooling umbilicals caused Whitson and Fischer to have to swap the use of the remaining SCU and thus expended some of their battery power reserve. So at the beginning of the spacewalk, it looked like we were going to be confined to a 4-hour spacewalk. We still are looking at about a 4-hour, 15-minute spacewalk in that neighborhood. We'll keep you posted on ultimate duration as we move closer to the end of today's activities. However, Whitson and Fischer have been moving along in rapid fashion with all of their work. They completed the replacement of a carrier avionics box, an express carrier avionics box for the S3 truss of the International Space Station that routes telemetry for experiments inside the International Outpost. Peggy Whitson was able to install a terminator cap to restore insight into a data path to the alpha magnetic spectrometer that will enable engineers to evaluate future maintenance work for the cooling system on that cosmic ray detector. Jack Fischer was able to complete the repair of a small piece of insulation at a connecting point on the Japanese robotic arm. All of that work having been successfully completed. And now at the 2-hour 51-minute mark, 2-hour 51-minute mark into today's spacewalk, Jack Fischer will press ahead with at least the start of the installation of a shield along the forward portion of pressurized mating adapter number 3. If you recall, PMA-3 was robotically relocated from the port side of the Tranquility module to the zenith or space-facing side of the Harmony module back on March 26th. 4 days later, Whitson and Shane Kimbrough during Expedition 50 hooked up electrical and data connections between PMA-3 and the Harmony module. It is to PMA-3 that the next international docking adapter will be installed once it is delivered to the station on a future SpaceX Dragon resupply flight. With the PMA-3, if you will, pressurized mating adapter number 3, will be one of two docking ports, or the IDA to be attached to it will be one of two docking ports to which commercial crew vehicles will link up to in the years ahead. So a forward shield, a protective shield around the base of PMA-3 where it is latched in place to the Harmony module will be installed here. At least the work will begin to install that shield by Jack Fischer a short time from now in the time that's remaining in today's spacewalk.
Okay, copy.
BRT red and a BRT 2 paddles out to the small you back.
Good config. You can translate to the PMA 3 forward.
Last summer, pressurized mating adapter number 2 was moved. It was not moved. It was rather the home for the attachment of an international docking adapter during a spacewalk by Jeff Williams and Kate Rubins. So one of the two international docking adapters is in place with a protective cover over it. Now, pressurized mating adapter number 3 at the top side of the Harmony module will be the location for the attachment of the second international docking adapter once delivered to the station in the years ahead by a SpaceX Dragon resupply ship. Commercial crew vehicles then will have two docking ports to choose from as they begin their manned flight operations in the not-too-distant future.
It looks like an anagral tether. I've got a fish stringer with 1s and 2s, 1s, 2s. These are the handles. Got a caddy, socket caddy with the 3 different cleaning tools, the spiral covered one and the spiral and the one that looks more like a bolt. All those are on drop truss tether adapters. Got a connector cleaner caddy toolkit on an integral. I've got a square scoop on an integral, a square scoop on a ret, a ratchet wrench with a palm wheel and a 6-inch wobble on a ret. Sound right?
Peggy, that's a good inventory. Great work. You can close it up.
Yeah, the hard part.
Exactly. And once you've got that packaged up, you can stow that on your BRT and make your way to the ball stack mutt.
Okay, inward.
Two fish, as you're translating out to the PMA-3, you're going to make your way on PMA-3 to the handrail 1601. That is forward on PMA-3.
Oh, I forgot to tell you about the connector tool. It's also on the fish stringer.
Okay, copy that, Peggy. Thank you.
The one we took to the...
Okay. I am now officially a hood ornament of this International Space Station.
A good view, huh? Check out the view to the aft. It's cool.
The aft? I can't go. I can't see aft right now. I'm up front.
Okay, well, when you get a chance, pop over and look back at the structure. It looks amazing.
All right.
Hey, Two Fish, couple of reminders for you while you're on PMA. So limit TMG contact with the PMA-3 surface. It can get hot in the daytime. And watch out for that umbilical launch restraint. It's right next to handrail 1601 where you're going to be working.
Umbilical launch restraint.
It's that kind of steel post.
Launch thing, I think.
It's the steel, kind of a steel-looking, square steel-looking post off to the bottom right of the handrail 1601.
Okay. And which stanchions am I looking this back to? I unfortunately didn't memorize.
No, absolutely. We were just talking about that.
1601 Zenith for the bag.
Zenith?
That's right. 1601 Zenith stanchion. Peggy knows it.
1601. And the integral tether is going to go on 1601 Nader.
That's correct.
Oh, gotcha. I gotcha.
Hey, you guys let me know if you need anything. I'll be sitting here.
You're doing great, Joe. Keep us in line. Keep us in line.
Man, you guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. All right. So I see you continuing with the crew lock bag there, Peggy, and Two Fish. I think you're out of range for our WVS video for right now. That comes in spotty, so just let me know when you're ready for the next steps.
Okay. Just putting this bag down right now.
We have now just passed the 3-hour mark into today's spacewalk. Everything continues to move ahead of the timeline. The critical work has so far gone extremely well, very smoothly, ahead of schedule. The avionics carrier box, the failed or faulty express carrier avionics box was removed from the S3 truss by Peggy Whitson and replaced with a spare that was brought up on the orbital ATK Cygnus cargo craft last month. It was installed and is in good shape, routing data to experiments on board the International Space Station. Peggy Whitson installed a terminator cap on the alpha magnetic spectrometer out on the S3 truss of the station that reopens a data telemetry path that had not been available to engineers since the removal of AMS from the payload bay of the shuttle Endeavour in 2011 when it was first installed on the station. That data path was verified to be good and will be used by engineers to evaluate a more efficient method of conducting maintenance work for the cooling system of the cosmic ray detector in the future. Jack Fischer also secured a piece of insulation on the Japanese robotic arm and now is starting work along pressurized mating adapter number 3 on the space-facing side of the Harmony module of the International Space Station, to which a future international docking adapter will be attached for the use by crewed commercial crew vehicles that will arrive at the station of the years ahead. A forward shield is going to be attached to PMA-3, which was relocated back on March 26th from the port or left side of the Tranquility module to the zenith or space-facing side of the Harmony module.
Yeah, not the AET, the red on me. And
Okay, copy. That sounds like a good config for you to release it. And
yeah.
Cal, I have the big old French hook on the nadir stanchion of 1601. I'm releasing the ret. You agree?
Yes, that's affirmative. Good work. And then you can, once that's complete, you can center the hinge of that forward shield on the PMA. We want the flat edge zenith and the hooks facing forward.
Okay.
Okay. Got the ball stack mud with the AE. Or the ret. I keep calling it AC. Sorry.
I know what you mean. That sounds good. And confirming you've got your got the crew lock bag on your BRT, you can make your way up to the XPECA bag.
Okay, inward. Good job, XPECA.
Good job, XPECA. Hey, Peggy?
Yeah.
So it's supposed to slide in between PMA and the structure and then flip back out so it's vertical, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So kind of lay it in horizontal, and it should be able to, and hopefully it'll hold itself kind of there.
Yeah, I think it will, because it's going to be
That's
a little bit of a challenge to get it in.
Yeah, those are good words. It's a tight fit to get it in there, and ultimately we want that the hooks facing out, and so that it's perfectly perpendicular, sitting in that gap.
Perfectly, huh?
perfectly. No perfect. You can do perfect.
Did you bring your level with you?
Right.
Not sure.
I don't think it would work real well. Like our iPads, they don't know which way's up. They just spin. I'm sorry, our non-denominational tablets.
Okay, I'm at the egg.
Excellent. So you're going to stow the ball stack mutt on in those wire ties, and of course you're going to ret it to the bag as well.
All right, let's start with a local.
And Two Fish, again, I know that you did not start out with this task, so happy to provide guidance along the way. Just let me know where you're at.
It's like, it's not like a complex task, it's just kind of, tricky. Oh, it's vertical. Oh, goody.
Nice work.
Okay.
And just a heads up, we're coming up to daylight.
Away from this thing.
So visors as necessary.
Okay.
Three hours, 6 minutes into the spacewalk, the International Space Station, moving from southwest to northeast, just to the east of the Japanese island chain, about to take a swing across the Aleutian Islands and over the North Pacific. Everything continuing to go very well. Jack Fischer starting work in what is expected to be about the final hour or so of today's spacewalk to install a forward shield at the base of pressurized mating adapter number 3 on the space-facing side of the Harmony module of the International Outpost.
Steering.
Okay, copy. The starboard forward shield French hook is you translate it around the FRGF and you attach it to the starboard D-ring, to the forward D-hook on the starboard D-ring.
Yes, sir. Heading for the port now. Then I'll come
Okay,
back
and if
do
you can just verify that, did that center forward French hook have tape on it?
It have tape on it.
Should have like that white 8 tape on there.
Don't see any. Okay, hopefully I'm looking at the right thing.
It should be trapped in the AET with the D-ring.
Oh, okay. It needs to be all the way back at that one?
No.
No.
You should have it on the forward D on the cummerbund.
Okay, so to describe, I'm starting at the 3 o'clock position. If 12 o'clock is the front of the station, most aft D-ring in the center, there are 2 of them. Both have EVA tape on them. They are connected to the the second D-ring with an adjustable. The first D-ring, the one closest to the forward of the station, is the one I just connected with a French hook to the forward shield.
And that's a good configuration too, Fish.
Does that
Thanks.
all match?
That all matches up. Great work.
Cool.
So now we want you to go to the other side and do the same on the port side.
Yes, sir.
The ball stack nut is on the bag with 3 twists and the ret securing it.
Outstanding, Peggy. So we got a delta for you here, so that you're able to carry the XPECA bag and the crew lock bag together. We're actually going to have you attach the crew lock bag to one of those mutt end effectors and then lock it.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Hopefully I won't be too much longer here, Peggy. I can come and help you.
Let's see. Do your thing there. This will take a little while getting that adjustables undone, etc.
Okay.
Just do your thing.
Ma'am.
And we've got plenty of time, Peggy, so this will be a big ORU hanging on your BRT, but we'll just take it slow.
Okay. The lock bag is on there.
Okay. And so, Peg, we'll have you lock. Yep, absolutely.
And breaded.
Yep, perfect. We see you locking the end effector. And then the ret that runs from the bag, we would like that to go to a scoop.
Okay. The ret from the mutt ball stack nut.
The ret from the crew lock bag, we'd like that to go
on the bag.
That's right. From the crew lock bag to the scoop.
Gotcha.
And handing over in 15 seconds. Catch you on the other side.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 12 minutes into the spacewalk. Once again, the view from the helmet camera on Peggy Whitson in the 9th spacewalk of her career.
Okay, complete.
She is making her way back to the airlock of the Quest airlock to stow the faulty express carrier avionics box that was removed from the S3 truss of the International Space Station earlier in today's spacewalk, this 200th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance. This spacewalk got underway about an hour behind schedule as the crew worked its way along with the flight control team in managing the usage of only one service and cooling umbilical called an SCU in the airlock itself that routes power, oxygen, cooling, and communications capability for the crew members before they begin their spacewalk. The SCU that had been hooked up to Jack Fischer's suit in the wee hours this morning developed a leak, not for the suit itself that Fischer's wearing, that's been operating perfectly, but the connection between the SCU umbilical and the suit itself. That's what developed a leak. So it was taken out of operation and in fact was removed from the airlock itself and stowed to enable Whitson and Fischer to share the remaining service and cooling umbilical available to them today. There have been some questions raised about any downstream effects of this SCU problem that cropped up today. The bottom line is there are spares on board, so this will have no effect on downstream spacewalks such as they will be scheduled in the future.
Okay. Yes, we got 6 adjustables confirmed. We've got a crew load bag threaded to the H3. We got a ball stack mutt threaded to the bag and locked to the crew load bag. And what else we got? Oh, we got another scoop on the Zenith, the H2. And there's also a ret on that H2 as well, through the bag. All right.
Copy. That sounds like a good inventory. Thank you.
Okay, now I need to get in position to try and grab this.
I don't know if you heard, but I got the other hook on the starboard side. I'm trying to get these suckers tight. Do they need to be to the second D-ring or first D-ring, or which ones that they were at?
Once they were
So
at or tighter if it's loose.
Yeah, it's Michael and tighter. All right.
And two fish. So big picture for that front shield is we definitely don't want to crush or compress the shield or the cummerbunds, and we want it symmetric. The forward shield symmetric over the cummerbunds. And then two fish. We're also looking for no gap between the cummerbund and the shields.
There's no gap for certain.
Okay, so just confirming that.
Go ahead.
Jack Fischer continues work to install a forward shield on pressurized mating adapter number 3, located at the zenith or space-facing side of the Harmony module, to which an international docking adapter will be attached once delivered in the future by a SpaceX Dragon resupply mission. Peggy Whitson, whose helmet camera view you're enjoying at the moment, has just conducted an inventory of her tools, tethers, and other equipment she's been using outside the station on this, the 9th spacewalk of her career.
Adjustables. And then we're going to cinch the French hooks on the cummerbunds.
Okay. Do you have my video yet?
Negative. I think unfortunately, you're in a blocked area there on the PMA.
Okay, so on the port side, I have the taped French hooks to the, let's see, third on the back, second on the front. I have the French hook from the port shield to the forward hook on this side. I'm going to go back and get the other adjustable on the other side.
Okay, we copy and handing over now. And Two Fish back with you. So on this starboard side, we're looking for the same configuration. So if you can snug so that the you have the third ring on the back French hook for the cummerbund, or the aft French hook, and then the forward French hook is on the second ring, just like you had on the port side.
Okie dokie. I'll do my best.
Strong work. And how are you doing, Peggy?
I'm trying to get this sucker on my BRT.
You bet. We have not made things easy for you by adding that crew lock bag for sure.
Oh, that's trivial. That's not the issue. It's just a big sucker here.
Understood.
Yep.
Understood.
Cal, I'm just grabbing his bag now so I don't have to go back and forth again. I have a ret on the BRT to it. It has 2 adjustables. Well, actually, tell me when you're ready to copy down what I got.
There's an outstanding view of Jack Fischer working at pressurized mating adapter number 3 on the space-facing side of the Harmony module of the International Space Station.
Small lower U-bag. There's an extra AT, and there will be one more on the lid from the cummerbund. There is a ret inside that's empty.
Jack Fischer is just working to make sure that the forward shield being attached to PMA3 is securely in place and in the right configuration to satisfy the mechanical systems officers here in Mission Control.
And then the adjustable around the lens cover going to the lid strap.
Okay, copy that. And currently you have 2 adjustables on your MWS, is that correct, that you picked up from the cummerbunds?
I put one of them in this bag, and then I'll put the other one in this bag once I get it.
Okay, copy that. And that sounds like a good config, Two Fish, thanks.
Okay, I've got my daddy on this.
Looking at pressurized mating adapter number 3, right at the top is where international docking adapter will be attached once delivered to the station on a future SpaceX Dragon resupply flight. The PMA, which resided on the port or left side of the Tranquility module, was robotically detached and relocated to the top side of Harmony back on March 26th. Peggy Whitson and Shane Kimbrough conducted a spacewalk on March 30th to hook up the electrical and data connections between PMA3 and the Harmony module.
Did you want us to try to, I don't know how much we got, but if I went up and started moving the APFR for the lens cover, or are we running out of time?
Stand by, Two Fish. We're currently at 3 hours and 20 minutes.
Seems like we'd have enough time. I don't know. What do you think, Peg?
It's probably pretty close, because I think closing the hatch, you know, is going to be a challenge with this guy in there based on how challenging it was to get it. And I think it'll be a little harder to go the opposite direction.
Yes, ma'am.
So, but up to what you guys think. I know you're fast, so you might be able to do it.
So.
And we are talking it right now, so I think as soon as you've got things cleaned up, Two Fish, we'll take just a final configuration on the forward shield and then have an answer for you.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and pick up my green hook, correct?
That's affirmative, Peggy. You can pick up your green hook on your way back to the airlock. Two Fish, when you feel like you've got the forward shields complete, we'll just kind of take an overview of the configuration.
Got it. Green hook's retrieved.
Copy, you've got your green hook, Peggy. Nice work.
The view from Jack Fischer's helmet camera as he tidies up a few straps and tethers along the way, having installed the forward shield on pressurized mating adapter number 3. While he's in the neighborhood in that area, he likely will retrieve a portable foot restraint that is tethered to the European Columbus module on the U.S. segment of the International Space Station and relocated to pressurized mating adapter number 3, simply staging that portable foot restraint for future spacewalking use.
It's not compressed, that there's no gap between the shield and the cummerbunds, or that the forward shield lays over the top of the cummerbunds, and then just the ring, the configuration of the front hooks on the rings.
Yeah. Trying to get this last guy pretty tight. Ooh, doggy.
And Peggy, we got plenty of time, so know that, of course, we don't have Two Fish with eyes on you for your ex-PECA clearance, but it looks like you're making good progress.
Doing okay so far.
All right. Third hook on the back, second hook on the front, not crunched. The seam is butted up against. Yeah, she looks good. I think we're good.
Okay, and just to confirm, matching configuration on the port side, correct?
Yep, third and second. Second on the front, third on the back. That's what I did over here.
Okay, outstanding. Great work, Two Fish. And I see that you've got your crew lock bag on the BRT, and stand by for 2. So Two Fish, at this point, we're going to have you go after that APFR. So if you can temp stow your crew lock bag, just let us know which handrail you're putting it down, and we'll have you translate over to Columbus Zenith with 3.
Okay, and I'm at the CETA.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Starboard
Yeah,
CETA cart.
Copy starboard CETA cart.
And I'm mashed on the brake pedal, or the brake release 3 times.
Perfect.
Once
Thanks.
a good night.
Wow.
Perfect. Thank you, Peggy. We see you heading down towards the CETA spur.
Yeah.
You want to do this APFR instead of the lens cover?
Yes, that's affirmative. So we're just going to do the APFR. So you can just let us know where you drop your crew lock bag, or I'm sorry, the ORU bag, and you can translate up to the Columbus with 3 for that APFR.
Okie dokie. Looks like 332.
Copy. Node 2332.
3 hours, 28 minutes into today's spacewalk, an outstanding view of Jack Fischer as he makes his way towards the Columbus module to retrieve a portable foot restraint that he will relocate to pressurized mating adapter number 3 having completed the installation of a forward shield around PMA-3. PMA-3, which was relocated from the Tranquility module to the Harmony module's space-facing side back on March 26th, will be the location for an international docking adapter to be installed in the future after its delivery on a SpaceX Dragon resupply flight. The pressurized mating adapter number 3 and international docking adapter attachment will be one of 2 docking ports for commercial crew vehicles in the future. The other pressurized mating adapter number 2 already has an IDA attached to it at the forward end of the Harmony module. The International Space Station and its 2 spacewalkers outside, flying from northwest to southeast at an altitude of 250 miles, passing just to the east of Guadalajara, Mexico.
Hey, Joe, it's stowed with a adjustable on 332.
Okay, copy that. And you can head up to Columbus with for that APFR. Fish, we got a great camera view of you making your way onto Zenith, Columbus. Nice wave, awesome. Looking good.
Some sort of cable that looks an awful lot like a gap spanner. Be tempting. I won't touch it though.
On this 200th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance, a scintillating view of Jack Fischer as the International Space Station flies directly over Acapulco.
Settings do we need over there? We'll do them here.
Great question. Your settings are going to be 6, clocking of 6, and it's going to be Tango, Tango, Echo 1.
Tango, Tango, Echo 1.
Good words. And Peggy, see you at the airlock.
Just getting here.
And Peggy, we're going to have you stand by on opening the thermal cover. So we would ask you for you to just hang out here for a minute.
Meanwhile, back at the Quest airlock, Peggy Whitson and the 9th spacewalk in her career, holding the Expecca bag, if you will. That's the Express Carrier Avionics bag that currently houses the faulty avionics box that was removed from the S3 truss of the International Space Station in favor of a spare at the outset of today's spacewalk to complete the major objective of today's excursion. It will be brought back inside the airlock when Whitson and Fischer are nearing the completion of their spacewalk.
What am I missing here?
Oh, your ingress aid is tapping the top of Columbus, so if you pull that back a little bit, that'll give you a little more clearance.
Thanks, buddy.
No worries.
Tango, Tango, can you remind me again?
Fox 6.
Alrighty. Now, better to be lucky than good. Tango, Tango, Fox 6.
Roger. And 2 Fish, actually belay that last. We want Echo 1. Sorry.
Tango, Tango, Echo 1.
That was my bad too, Fish. Sorry about that.
Problem, man.
Peggy, while we have you waiting by the airlock, we'll take a glove and a hap check, please.
Change on the gloves. Good hat. I have.
Copy, thanks.
The HAP referred to there is the helmet absorption pad that all spacewalkers wear. That was added to the attire for all spacewalks at the International Space Station in the wake of a helmet leak that developed during a spacewalk several years ago by Luca Parmitano and Chris Cassidy. This basically is an absorption pad in the unlikely event such a water leak would ever occur again. Both spacesuits for Jack Fischer and Peggy Whitson have performed flawlessly throughout today's excursion. Now 3 hours, 35 minutes in duration.
Thanks.
No worries.
For those of us just joining on Facebook Live, you're looking at Jack Fischer outside the International Space Station, working one of the final tasks in today's spacewalk, the relocation of a portable foot restraint from the European Columbus module to pressurized mating adapter number 3 nearby. That will be the home for one of the 2 international docking adapters in the future that will accommodate the arrival and link up of commercial crew vehicles. Fischer has worked extremely efficiently in this, his first spacewalk, along with veteran spacewalker Peggy Whitson. The spacewalk having begun at 8:08 a.m. Central Time this morning, about an hour behind schedule because of a problem with one of 2 service and cooling umbilicals in the airlock of the International Space Station that contain power, oxygen, cooling water, and communications lines for the spacewalkers before they venture outside. That resulted in Whitson and Fischer having to share the other SCU, or service and cooling umbilical, and eating up a bit of battery power on both spacesuits. As a result, the decision was made to try to limit the number of tasks performed during today's spacewalk, but all of the major objectives have been accomplished. The replacement of a express carrier avionics box out on the S3 truss of the International Space Station, the installation of a terminator cap on the alpha magnetic spectrometer to regain insight into a telemetry path for the cooling pumps of the cosmic ray detector, and the installation of a shield for pressurized mating adapter number 3 at the top or zenith side of the Harmony module of the International Space Station.
I don't think I can reach you there, Peg.
Okay.
I'm going your way.
In the clocking, Joe?
Yeah, your clocking is 6.
Okay. No. Yeah.
And Peggy, you are go to open the hatch thermal cover at this time and start working on stowing your ex-PECA and crew lock bag.
Monster.
Approaching the west coast of Peru, Jack Fischer with the articulating portable foot restraint that will be attached to the side of pressurized mating adapter number 3. This to be pre-staged for future spacewalking activity involving that work site, to which an international docking adapter will be attached for commercial crew vehicle dockings in the years ahead.
And 2 Fish, just confirming clocking of 6.
Clocking of 6. Okay, paddles are out, black on black. Full test.
As Fischer completes the installation of the foot restraint on the side of pressurized mating adapter number 3, this helmet camera view from Peggy Whitson showing the inside of the crew lock section of the Quest airlock. You can see the hatchway in the distance. That is the hatchway that leads to the equipment lock or inside compartment of the Quest airlock. And the view of Whitson just outside of the Quest airlock, which was installed on the International Space Station during the STS-104 mission.
Looks great, 2 Fish. When you're done, we can have you head back to the small ORU bag and then to the airlock.
I'll push that thing a little more. I'm just getting all my tethers and stuff.
And Jack Fischer about to head back to the Quest airlock as he and Peggy Whitson are in the home stretch of their spacewalk. Again, being very conservative with the time allotted for today's work outside of the International Space Station, since some of the battery power reserve capability was eaten up at the outset of the spacewalk due to the issue with the service and cooling umbilical that took one of the 2 umbilicals down and resulted in Whitson and Fischer having to share the use of that umbilical on an alternating fashion to provide cooling for them while they were still inside the airlock before the start of today's spacewalk.
All right, outstanding work, 2 Fish. We're going to have you pick up your small ORU bag and make your way back to the airlock.
How's that bag treating you, Big?
He's not being very cooperative. Okay. Got the red inside connected to the bag. I need to get my stuff off.
Okay, got paddles out. And a red on the follower U-bag.
Copy, Two Fish. And you can pick up your green hook while you're there and make your way back to the airlock.
All right, he's inside. We take the crew lock bag off. I think we might also want to take that ball stack mud off, just because I think that's gonna kept getting tangled in my tethers and everything when I was trying to get out and move around inside the lock.
Okay, copy that, Peggy. Whatever you think is best for expediting you all getting into the airlock. If you think that will help things, you have a go to go ahead and do that.
Okay. My green hook, Joe.
Copy, you got your green hook. We'll see you back at the airlock.
Copy.
3 hours, 47 minutes into today's spacewalk. The two spacewalkers, Peggy Whitson and Jack Fischer, are either in, at, or en route to the Quest airlock in the home stretch of today's excursion, the 200th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance that began on December 7th, 1998, with Jerry Ross and Jim Newman venturing outside the shuttle Endeavour on the first of a trio of spacewalks to hook up the first two components of the station, the U.S. Unity module and the Russian Zarya module that had been launched less than 3 weeks earlier on a Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan.
Hey, Peggy.
Yes, sir. Where are you?
I'm coming around the mountain.
Okay.
I'm on the toolbox over here on the airlock.
Okay.
Hey, can you do me a favor and that one picture, my brother?
Yes, I can. Give me just 1 minute here.
Come back, Joe.
Copy that, Two Fish. Great work. How are we doing on the, I see the, appears that the X-PECA is inside the airlock. And it looks like Peggy's just working on getting things cleaned up.
And the ball stack nut is attached to the...
A good view of Peggy Whitson inside the Quest airlock as she stows the bag holding the faulty express carrier avionics box that was removed from the S3 truss of the International Space Station at the outset of today's spacewalk. As it turns out, at the beginning of the spacewalk, it appeared as if the only task that might be completed would be the replacement of that avionics box out on the S3 truss. But as luck would have it, thanks to the efficiency of the spacewalkers themselves, they breezed through that task, and one by one, some of the other work was added. And when it's all said and done, the only two tasks that appear to be left undone today are lower priority tasks, that being the installation of wireless antennas on the Destiny laboratory and the installation of a high-definition camera out on the truss of the station, that work to be picked up on a future EVA.
It's okay, it's not squared away. You're going to have to tuck that thing underneath the bungee. I got everything else toward the forward, and you have an open retch for the small ORU bag.
Okay, copy.
Up there on the Z-ring, and the Z-ring.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, Two Fish, we're going to have you ingress with your small ORU bag and stow it. And just a big picture, we're going to connect you to the SCU for 4 minutes to top off your O2, and then remove the SCU and temp stow that for Peggy.
Okay.
The International Space Station currently flying from northwest to southeast, having just crossed the coast of South America, now flying over the South Atlantic at 252 statute miles. The view from Jack Fischer's helmet camera as we head into the final minutes of today's spacewalk.
Roger that.
Can't tell if I'm taking anything. The GoPro is still on. Go ahead.
All right. We need you guys to get in the airlock.
We're going. We're moving. We're moving.
The crew pausing for a few photos outside of the Quest airlock, but being encouraged to move inside the Quest airlock and wrap up today's activities. No sour grapes, however, as all of the major work has been accomplished thanks to the efficiency of Peggy Whitson and Jack Fischer, as they have breezed through all of the work associated with today's activities outside of the International Space Station.
That'd be great, thanks.
All right, Two Fish, as soon as you've got that small ORU bag stowed, we'll have you connect to the SCU.
Gotcha.
Let me know when you're locked in. Okay?
I am locked in. All ORU bags inside.
Your weight tether is
Locked on the D-ring extender.
okay.
My left one.
Ready. So shall I have a go to start working his safety tether?
If he's locked on the D-ring extender, yes, you are go to start working safety tethers.
Okay. Okay. My right waist tether is locked, sail closed on his safety tether, base, sail closed and locked.
Copy, Peggy, thanks. Good config.
Yo, you want me on the SCU, right?
That's affirmative. And you're going to be on the SCU. We're going to leave you on it for 4 minutes. No switch throws required.
And I see myself safely locked to him, so I can remove my safety tether. Concur?
That is affirmative.
Alright, my safety tether is on my mini workstation. I'm localed outside and I'm tethered to my buddy.
I am on the SCU. I'm working.
Copy that you're on the SCU, Two Fish. We're waiting for 4 minutes. Got a timer started.
It's everywhere.
Yeah.
A view inside the crew lock section of the Quest airlock as Jack Fischer has put himself back on a service and cooling umbilical to recharge his oxygen in the final minutes of today's spacewalk. Once he tops off his oxygen supply, Peggy Whitson will swap places with him. She'll put her suit on the SCU as we are moving into a different type of procedure, a slightly amended procedure for the repressurization of the airlock, since only one service and cooling umbilical is available for both crew members to use.
15 minutes away from hitting our consumables on the battery, so that's why we're kind of just expediting a little bit here at the end.
You ready for me to go in?
Let's go.
And Two Fish, I would like you to go ahead and, it looks like we have a good top off, so you can go ahead and disconnect the SCU and temp stow it for Peggy.
Okay, wait a second, Peggy.
Okay.
As we approach the 4-hour mark into today's spacewalk, this was about the bingo mark that was identified for this spacewalk at the outset because of some consumption of battery power at the outset due to the lack of 2 service and cooling umbilicals available for the crew during spacewalk preparations in the wee hours this morning.
Drop around next second. Come on, babe. Get in
Two Fish, as soon as you're off SCU, we're going to want you to cold soak so you can turn up your cooling a little bit, because you'll obviously be off cooling here for a while.
Okay. Peggy, the SCU is way down by your feet.
Okay.
And none of your way.
SCU before thermal cover? I was asking Shell, do you want
Yeah,
SCU
that's
on
affirmative.
before thermal cover?
Thermal cover first. Nice work.
O2 use rate high. Is that expected with what we just did?
And that is expected, Two Fish.
Okay.
Okay.
And Peggy, you can now get onto the SCU, and we're about 15 seconds from a handover. Catch you on the other side.
The thermal cover now closed on the Quest airlock. Both crew members back inside the crew lock section of Quest. Thomas Pesquet will resume his position on the other side of the hatchway in the equipment lock to choreograph the repressurization of the airlock that will mark the official end to today's spacewalk. It has been a highly successful spacewalk, despite a slightly uncertain beginning in which the loss of one of the service and cooling umbilicals resulted in the sharing of the other umbilical by both Whitson and Fischer to provide cooling and electrical power to their spacesuits before they began the spacewalk itself, which got underway at 8:08 a.m. Central Time. But all of the major activity was completed. The replacement of a faulty carrier avionics box for external payload telemetry routing to the payloads inside the International Space Station. That was followed by the installation of a terminator cap on the alpha magnetic spectrometer to reinstate a telemetry path from AMS for ground controllers so that they can analyze the most efficient way to service cooling pumps and other components of the cooling system of AMS in the future. The crew also was able to install a shield on the forward section of pressurized mating adapter number 3 and repaired a portion of insulation on the robotic arm for the Japanese robotic arm outside of the Kimbrough module of the International Space Station. Fischer also was able to relocate a portable foot restraint from the Columbus module, the European module on the International Space Station, to pressurized mating adapter number 3.
There you go.
Let me get it locked on. Okay, twist me back the other way. Get my arm under the umbilical. There we go. Quite locked it.
We're back with you on Big Loop. How are things going?
Okay, locked on. I see you.
Okay, copy. Your SCU is connected. Great job.
Jack, I can hear you.
All right, for both of you, we are now in the pre-repress checklist. Step 2, take your water switch to off for both of you.
Okay. Water off for 1.
Water off for 2.
Okay, copy that. We've got a 2-minute clock, and then we'll start. But Peggy, you can start getting positioned to close the EV hatch.
Okay.
What are you doing with the room, Peggy?
And
What do you need me to do?
okay, stand by. Let me get my mini workstation up. And we'll. Okay, I need. Okay, and then I'm going to need you to pull me port if you can.
You port. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Where you want to go?
Is my foot getting on caught on something?
Where's your other foot? Oh, there it is. Probably on me.
Cosmonaut Fyodor Yurchikhin taking some pictures through the porthole on the hatch separating the equipment lock section of Quest and the crew lock section in which the 2 spacewalkers are currently located, as we stand by for the start of the repressurization of the crew lock that will mark the official end of today's spacewalk.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Hold there until we get our 2 minutes.
Okay. And then I'll probably have to move back to
Yeah,
the UA.
that's fine.
I got feathers around your legs, but I'll get them off.
Yeah, and I got a tether kind of from the PECA hanging down in the hatchway, so I'll have to get that clear too as I'm closing.
Okay.
And Peggy and Two Fish, that 2-minute clock is up, so you are go to close the EV hatch.
Okay. If you can move PECA Zenith, maybe?
Venus.
Yeah, to try and get that further. See. There we go. There we go. close. I got to make sure that last tether's on. I have to get on the other side.
Yeah, I see an adjustable down there.
Yeah. All right. There we go. Let's just make sure there's nothing else in there. Okay, we look good.
How you doing?
I don't think I had it closed, so I unlatched it again. I'm going to latch it again.
Okay. Where do you need to be?
If you just hold that right there, that'd be great. That felt better. Okay. Okay, we're latched. And the IV MPEV is in closed position.
Okay. I got some feathers I'll get out from behind your legs.
Okay. Let me know if I need to move them the other way.
Nah, I think you're fine.
All right. Thanks. Good. All right. Do I need to move aft?
Copy, Rebecca.
I think I'm good now.
Okay.
Hey, Tim, I just wanted to let you know in step 4 of the repress, if we have Jack do that step, he can monitor his soup P gauge, and as long as it doesn't go below 4.3, we won't be in danger of engaging the SOP. I'll copy.
EMU.
Rebecca, you were passed by your Excel scope, and I'll have you loud and clear. Can you say that again?
Open.
Copy.
Okay, sorry about that. In step 4, for throttling
only.
the IV hatch equalization
Which
valve,
power
if we have
EV1
two fish do that.
On the UIA.
Power EV1 on. EMU LED is on.
Okay, copy that. And we're checking for EV1 volts 18 to 19.
18.5.
Copy. For EV1 only, we're looking, on your DCM, take your power switch to SCU. Expect a warning tone.
SCU for EV1.
Okay. Copy. That is the end of the pre-repress. I'll hand over to Tomas for the crew lock repress steps.
Actually, right before we hand over, I'd like to say that this is amazing to be able to do that 200th EVA on board the space station. And that it's a huge honor to work with all of you.
Absolutely agree. Go ahead, Two Fish.
Only because of the legends like Peggy and Gary Ross and Newman and the guys who started this that have made this possible. So they've created this amazing floating laboratory in the sky that we call home, and one heck of a job. So it's humbling to be a part of their legacy.
Thank you for those great words, and I know I speak for the entire flight control team. Today threw us a lot of curveballs, but we were basically game 6, bottom of the 9th, down by 3, and you guys, all 3 of you, hit a grand slam, so thank you. All right, Tomas, it's all yours.
All right. Great team. Thanks.
All right, Shell, thanks a lot. Thanks a bunch. And Two Fish Peggy, you're ready for the repress.
Ready.
Standing by for the repressurization of the Quest airlock to mark the official end of today's spacewalk after words offered by Whitson and Jack Fischer paying tribute to Jerry Ross and Jim Newman, who conducted the first spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance as this 200th spacewalk draws to a close.
Are you in press?
Not yet. It's this is out of EVA, but I can't get it to.
That one doesn't stick.
It's still in. Yeah. Got it. O2 in press.
Copy, O2 in press. You're both going to stay in primary. Peggy, you're going to check that the EV hatch MPEV is closed.
Closed. Check.
Fischer, you're going to be in charge of throttling the IV hatch equalization valve. You're going to throttle it between off and normal. You're going to monitor your chute P and make sure it stays above 4.3. How copy?
Okay. And that's between closed and open, right?
Between off and normal. The IV hatch equalization valve to fish. IV hatch equalization valve.
Okay. Copy that. This is weird.
Yeah, it's a different kind of
Okay, let me rotate a little bit. Wasn't planning for that one. Come on, head. Okay. Between off and normal.
Correct, and keep your chute pressed above 4.3.
Okay, here we go, Peggy.
ready.
Now this is tricky. Have to move this bag.
Okay, I can bring it starboard now that we got the hatch closed.
Okay. Thanks. I gotta go topsy-turvy here.
Yeah, no problem. Some more?
Nah, just closing this. All right. Now we can do this.
Hey, Fish, you just had a small chat with the ground, and if it's cumbersome for you guys and you have to move too much stuff, I'll take it, if that's fine with you.
I got it now.
Right now that I offer, you get it, so all right, you go.
Hey, come in. Normal. Oh, thought it was. Okay. I'm gonna try something new. Now I don't got it. Do it.
All right, I'll do it. So you guys ready?
Ready.
4.3.
Copy. When the cooler gets at 4, you will expect an alert turn. When we get to 5 psi, I will take the IV hatch equalization valve to off.
Okie doke.
This is Mission Control Houston. The repressurization of the Quest airlock has just begun at 12:21 p.m. Central Time, bringing to an end today's spacewalk with an elapsed time of 4 hours and 13 minutes. Again, spacewalk, the 200th in support of space station assembly and maintenance, which began at 8:08 a.m. Central Time, has just concluded with the start of the repressurization of the Quest airlock at 12:21 p.m. Central Time, bringing to an end a spacewalk that lasted 4 hours and 13 minutes.
It's saying set O2 press, but I am staying in EVA, correct?
Stay in EVA, no action.
This is Mission Control Houston with some additional statistics. With the repressurization of the Quest airlock underway, the spacewalk concluding at 12:21 p.m. Central Time. Spacewalk lasting 4 hours, 13 minutes in duration. That brings Peggy Whitson's 9 spacewalks to a total of 57 hours and 35 minutes of aggregate EVA time, 20 minutes shy of Jerry Ross, who was in 4th place on the all-time EVA list, John Grunsfeld in 3rd place, Mike Lopez Alegria in 2nd, Anatoly Soloviev, the all-time spacewalk leader in both numbers of spacewalks as well as aggregate time. So Whitson completes her 9th spacewalk in 5th place on the all-time list. Of course, for Jack Fischer, his first spacewalk, 4 hours and 13 minutes in duration. The 200 spacewalks in space station assembly and maintenance history now, dating back to December 7th, 1998, now form an elapsed time of 1,247 hours and 55 minutes, or a total just shy of 52 days of spacewalking time over the course of 18.5 years of spacewalks at the International Space Station.
Right, 2% Peggy, that's 2 minutes. We'll wait 1 minute more and compare the pressure readings.
All right, copy.
You guys can just relax and enjoy the view.
Got a face of expecta, kind of like what Two-Fish had earlier.
Right. I got a Frenchman.
Oh, well, that's much more attractive.
Yeah.
And a Two-Fish Peggy, after 1 minute, the pressure is exactly the same, no delta, so we're good, and we have an airtight crew lock. You can check that your gloves heaters are off and your gloves are clean.
Off and clean for one.
I got off and clean 2.
You can take your O2 actuator to IV, both of you.
Inward.
This is Mission Control Houston. The repressurization of the Quest airlock continues under the supervision of European Space Agency astronaut Thomas Pesquet, who's in the equipment lock section of Quest, being assisted from time to time by Fyodor Yurchikhin and Oleg Novitsky. Behind that porthole in the hatchway are Jack Fischer and Peggy Whitson, who wrapped up a 4-hour, 13-minute spacewalk as the repressurization began at 12:21 p.m. Central Time. Just to recap those statistics for you, the spacewalk today, the 200th in support of space station assembly and maintenance, resulted in Peggy Whitson completing the 9th spacewalk in her career and a total of 57 hours and 35 minutes of spacewalking time to date. It, of course, was the first spacewalk for Jack Fischer, 4 hours and 13 minutes. The 200 spacewalks now in support of space station assembly and maintenance, 1,247 hours and 55 minutes of spacewalking time, just 5 minutes shy of a total of 52 days of spacewalks.
And Houston, I see EV2's manual gauge at 3.8. Is that good at that point?
Say the question again, come on.
So for Houston, Peggy.
Okay.
Tamar, can you repeat your question, please?
Yeah, manual gauge to monitor pressure, suit pressure higher than 4.3. It's in IV now, so I'm not sure it's requisite, but just to be on the same page with you in step 11.
Holding at 3.8, but it went down after I went to IV.
Yep, Tamal, that is an expected config. No additional deltas in the repress cue card, and we can confirm that you did not use the SOP on EV2 earlier, so great job on that.
Assuming all my bad amp O2 left, time left 15 minutes, O2 left 65%, all that's expected, huh?
To my knowledge, but that may be confirmed. Can you guys copy?
All messages are expected, no action.
It'd be good to tell us that beforehand.
How are you doing temperature-wise, Spacefish?
I'm fine. All I'm doing is floating here.
Thomas Pesquet now beginning the process of opening the hatch to the equipment lock, since we are now repressurized in the crew lock section of Quest. Once the hatch is opened, Pesquet will assist Fischer and Whitson in moving back inside the equipment lock, removing their simplified aid for EVA rescue jetpacks, and with the assistance of Oleg Novitsky there, the Russian cosmonaut, will help the crew in beginning to doff their spacesuits. Again, the spacewalk completed at 12:21 p.m. Central Time at an elapsed time of 4 hours and 13 minutes today.
Station Houston with you on 1 airlock. Just wanted to let you know that we see you guys progressing into the post-EVA procedure. That's the XTP version. That's message 232 out of the EVA systems book. Steps 1 and 4 for the paint liberation are not required, and we recommend that you work EV2 doffing first.
Pesquet and Novitsky mounting Jack Fischer on the side wall of the equipment lock. Fyodor Yurchikhin now in the field of view to take some photos. As is always the case, there will be photos of the suits, the gloves, other spacesuit components before the crew doffs their suits, first with their helmets. Peggy Whitson still inside the crew lock section. She'll be assisted back in the equipment lock momentarily.
How you doing in there, Peggy?
I'm doing great. No worries. Just get you out. You need to get out.
Right. He's just trying to be finicky.
It always kind of is.
This is Mission Control Houston. While Pesquet and Novitsky work to secure Jack Fischer on one side of the equipment lock, Peggy Whitson about to be brought back inside from the crew lock. Just to recap, the spacewalk began at 8:08 a.m. Central Time today, an hour behind schedule because of a leak that developed with the service and cooling umbilical that was attached to Jack Fischer's spacesuit. The suit itself was perfect and functioned perfectly throughout the spacewalk, but this service and cooling umbilical that provides power, oxygen, cooling, and communications for the crew prior to the time they begin their spacewalk developed a leak of an unspecified nature. There are spares on board, so this will have no impact downstream to future EVAs. The crew had to share the other spacecraft or service and cooling umbilical during spacewalk preparations, and in the process ate up some battery power time on their respective extravehicular mobility units. So the decision was made to limit the amount of time they would spend on today's spacewalk to about the 4-hour mark. In doing so, once the crew made its way outside for this 200th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance, they breezed through the major objective of the spacewalk, which was the replacement of an express carrier avionics box out on the S3 truss of the station that routes telemetry to payloads inside the orbital laboratory. Peggy Whitson went on to install a terminator cap on the alpha magnetic spectrometer, and thus renewing a telemetry path that had not been used since the AMS was removed from the payload bay of the shuttle Endeavour during its mission to the International Space Station back in the spring of 2011. That restored telemetry path will now enable engineers to carefully craft an efficient path for servicing and replacing some of the equipment associated with cooling pumps on the cosmic ray detector. Jack Fischer installed a forward shield on pressurized mating adapter number 3 and repaired some wayward insulation, thermal insulation on the Japanese robotic arm on the Kimbrough laboratory on the Japanese segment of the International Space Station. He also relocated a portable foot restraint from the European Columbus module to pressurized mating adapter number 3. PMA3 will be the site for the installation of the second of a pair of international docking adapters that will be used for the future dockings of commercial crew vehicles in the years ahead. Peggy Whitson now back on the sidewall of the equipment lock section of Quest. There will be some closeout photos by Pesquet and Novitsky. In fact, cameras are being deployed right now for that very task before the crew has their helmets removed to begin the doffing of their spacesuits following a long day of work outside.
Hey, Houston, you want them to stay in prior or switch to hardline now so that we can talk to each other?
Just go ahead and process. Get back out.
Come on, can you repeat for us? Sorry, there was a lot going on right then.
Especially if they're still in the not in hard line, so if you want to talk to them, I have to talk on Spacewalk 1. Is that the configuration you want us to be in?
Yes, space to ground 1.
Okay, so both of you, I'll start with two fish. We'll take your O2 actuator to off. I'll do that for everybody. Okay. Off your port flaps, going to go up.
Thank you.
Wait. LCVG.
A smiling Jack Fischer in the Quest airlock, his helmet now off. Fyodor Yurchikhin with his back to the camera. Thomas Pesquet just out of the field of view, continuing to take closeout photos. Whitson's helmet will be removed a short time from now.
Station airlock on 1, and I'll take a thumbs up if it's true. We just wanted to check that the fan switch on EV2 is off, OFS. Copy that. Thank you, Thomas.
With his first spacewalk in the books, Jack Fischer out of his spacesuit now, assisting Peggy Whitson with the removal of her gloves. She will doff her helmet shortly and wriggle, there's a high five, wriggle her way out of her extravehicular mobility unit. The crew completed quite a bit in what was a shortened spacewalk of 4 hours and 13 minutes in duration, completing all of the major tasks, only 2 secondary tasks not having been completed, those being the installation of a high-definition camera and a pair of external wireless antennas on the Destiny laboratory. That work to be deferred to a later date. The world's most experienced female spacewalker, Peggy Whitson, 9 spacewalks in the books for her. The very first spacewalk she conducted was August 16th, 2002, during her first long-duration mission aboard the International Space Station in a Russian Orlan spacesuit with cosmonaut Valery Korzun to install debris shields on the Zvezda service module. Today, some 15 years later, she completes the 9th spacewalk of her career. She is 5th on the all-time spacewalking list in terms of aggregate spacewalking hours, behind Jerry Ross, John Grunsfeld, Mike Lopez Alegria, and Anatoly Soloviev. This is Mission Control Houston. Peggy Whitson now out of her extravehicular mobility unit. Spacewalk having been completed in very successful fashion. 4 hours, 13 minutes for Whitson and Jack Fischer, wrapping up the one and only spacewalk that is contemplated for Expedition 51. So with that, we will also wrap up our coverage of today's 200th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance. We thank you for joining us. You can follow all of the activities aboard the International Space Station on our website at www.nasa.gov/station. For now, we wish you a great weekend. This is Mission Control Houston.